Going to get started with the March 16th meeting. All rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Vicky Finale. Brad Johnson.
Present.
Craig Melton.
Present.
Jim Hurst.
Present.
Josh Fedor.
Present.
Kendrick Davis. Nick Plopper.
Present.
Okay, we have a quorum of 5.
Thank you, Mike. Just an announcement that we do have on the agenda the February monthly report from staff. If anyone's interested in looking at that, there's a link on the agenda. Moving on to approval of Plan Commission minutes. Do we have a motion to accept the February 17th, 2026 minutes?
So moved.
Second. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
And then we have a second set of minutes from our training seminar on March 7th, 2026. We have a motion for that one.
So moved.
Second. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I assume not. Okay. We have a long list of continuances tonight. I'm just going to read through the docket numbers, and we're just going to move on quickly on each one of these. We have docket number 2025-73-Z, initial filing. It's asked for it's the Pulte Homes, Pulte rezoning, parish PUD, townhomes that is being continued. We have docket number 2025-76-PP, initial filing for Ryan Homes, Enclave at Heritage Station is being continued. 2025-78-DP, Crew Car Wash is being continued. Docket number 2025-88-DP, Pittman Investors LLC, the Farm Grocery Store is being continued. 2025-90-DP, initial filing for Astral Heights LLC, the Learning Experience is being continued. 2026-04-PP, JB Partners LLC is being continued. It says on the agenda that it's a remonstrator continuance, but I believe this is also a staff continuance. And 2026-05-DP, JB Partners Walnut Run Development Plan also is being continued due to staff and also remonstrator continuance request.
Which date?
Yes. So for the public's information, each one of those projects are being continued to our April agenda. However, we have a very large agenda set for the April 20th meeting, and we are likely going to be adding a second meeting and having half of these cases being heard on the 20th, our standard meeting, but then also on the 21st. We'll be having another Plan Commission meeting that evening to continue the docket. The split on each one of these hasn't yet been determined. Staff?
Just to be clear, the continuances that you read for this evening that are being continued, all those would be scheduled to be heard on April 20th.
Okay. So all of these will be April 20th, and then new business, is that right? Or
It is anticipated that any new filings that had been filed to be heard at the next regularly scheduled meeting will probably be held at that special meeting, April 21st. And we'll be addressing the petitioners individually with that information.
okay. This doesn't happen very often where we're adding a meeting, but it's necessary this upcoming month, so we'll get through the cumbersomeness of it. All right, moving on.
Do we need a motion on those continuances, or are they automatic?
I believe you should have a motion for
All right, let's do a,
And again, just for everybody's clarification, all of these that he read will be heard on April 20th.
I move that the listed petitions be continued till the April 20th Plan Commission meeting.
Second. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. None opposed. I heard everyone. All right, consent agenda. We do not have any items on the consent agenda tonight. We do have continued business. First docket is 2025-75-Z, Pulte Homes, Pulte rezoning, Smith Mansouri, single-family development. Just going to ask if staff has, you want to kick it off, or are we going to start off with the petitioner?
I'll go ahead and kick it off if you want.
Okay.
If we could promote the staff's. Thank you. Just to update you, this petition was heard earlier, but then it continued to make some changes to the plan so that you have heard this, but you're rehearing it now. This is the Pulte 2025-75Z request to rezone from rural R1 to rural R2 to develop a 210-lot, single-family residential subdivision with some property set aside for a future elementary school. The subject site is here. It's described in the staff report, but it's generally located County Road 300 and 875. It's currently zoned R1, mostly surrounded by R1, some other residential designations as well, a little more dense designations. So the comp plan for this area, which is right here, contemplates low-density residential development. And so low density in the current comp plan is defined as ranging from less than 1 and up to 2 dwelling units per acre. And R2 zoning would allow density of up to 1.75. The comp plan was, oh boy. Was further modified by, oh, nope, I'm sorry, I'm very confused. I've confused myself. This is the comp plan, low-density, single-family residential. I'm sorry. So the proposal would again develop 210 lots. This is reduced from the initial offering of 269 single-family homes. They've added a school site on about 21 acres of the subject property, so that's why the reduction in single-family homes, because we now have a school site here. There's a couple of lot sizes, and I think there was a question earlier on, it's currently zoned R1, what would R1 density allow? And R1 is less than 1 home for every 2 acres. So the R2 would allow up to 175. The traffic impact study has been prepared and then updated to accommodate the school site. Specific road improvements were included and discussed in the site, or in the staff report. And I just do want to note that this is a rezoning, so you're offering a recommendation to the town council. And the 5 criteria, what does the comprehensive plan say? The current character and conditions of the site, most desirable land use, property value conservation throughout the jurisdiction, which is the town of Zionsville, and then responsible development growth. What does that mean? Is this project responsible development and growth? The petitioner has also submitted a list of commitments, so any recommendation you make to the town council, staff would ask that you include their voluntary commitments as part of your motion, and then any other conditions or commitments that you would like to have. With that, I will stop talking and let the petitioner take it away.
Before the petitioner speaks, just because the public doesn't always know these things, I want to make a few announcements. One is that if you wish to speak tonight for or against anything that's on the agenda, you do need to sign in. We will not recognize anybody at the podium unless you've signed in. So please do that. I'm going to be going through that sign-in sheet, and in the order that people have signed in, that's the order we're going to ask for speakers to come to the podium. I'll probably announce the second person in line so you can go and stand or sit near the podium so we can keep things flowing as efficiently as possible. When and if you make comments, one thing that we see often is persons turn to the developer and ask the developer questions. You're addressing the Plan Commission, so we need you to make your comments to the Plan Commission and not ask questions of the petitioners. One thing that we ask too is to not overly repeat comments that have been already made, just to keep things moving along as well. I don't mind if you say I agree with that person, but don't belabor and repeat the same things. And then the petitioner is allowed per the rules to respond to comments from the public. And after we close the public hearing, that's the end of testimony, and the Plan Commission will deliberate and make decisions. So with that, petitioner.
Good evening. For the record, Rex Ramage, Pulte Homes, 11595 North Meridian Street. And then, thank you very much, Mr. IT gentleman in the back, pulling up our presentation. Jody hit a few of the items, so we'll whiz through a few of the first few slides. Just as a refresher, we were here and had a public hearing late fall last year. Since that time, there have been significant changes that have been made, both to address some of the comments we had received from you all, and then we had a neighbor meeting, had a couple individual meetings with some neighboring folks, trying to be responsive to some of the things that we heard. So here to present out those findings. Next slide, if we continue to move through this, just an aerial location map, all generally familiar with that based on the previous conversations in Jody's summary there. 161 acres on the south side of County Road 300, bound by 800 on the west, 875 to the east. Next slide, please. Again, this is a further blow-up of the site plan. There are 210 lots, as Jody had mentioned. That's down from 269 lots total that we had presented previously. Note the school site in the northeast corner in the area in green. It's about 21 and a half acres in size. And then there's a few changes that we're going to get into. So next slide, please. Before we talk, kind of line by line, the things that had changed, just kind of wanted to give you all a quick visual of the plan before, which is on the left-hand side of the screen, and then the revised proposal, which is on the right-hand side of the screen. So as we'll see, the first notable big change is the school site. The reason for the delay from the last meeting to this meeting was that we had to work through our agreement with Zionsville Community Schools. We are proposing a land swap whereby they would have some acreage here, and then we would acquire some of the acreage that they own on the west side of Main Street, closer to Whitestown. So this gives them an opportunity to have a site that's more centrally located within their school district, as they had some schools already across the street from the other site. So they're very excited about this. And then in addition, there's some cash contributions that we all desperately know that the school systems across the state are experiencing things that they could use that influx of cash. So that's the first big change. With that becomes a reduction in the density. So again, 269 lots previously, 210 lots today. There's just some discrepancy on how we measure that. But really, it's based on gross acreage. So if you're including the school, it's 1.3 units to the acre. If you net out that 21 and a half acres of the school that they're acquiring, we're still at a 1.5 density, which is very modest for this particular area. The third big factor that changed was the additional open space. So we went from about 56 acres of the 161 previous, and we increased that to just over 59 acres, and that's on a reduced total acreage of 140, so that percentage goes significantly up. You see the areas outlined on the site plan. In those green boxes, where we've either lost lots or improved the site plan in a variety of different ways to add more landscaping, more open space to preserve those features. Next slide, please. In our conversations with the county, there was some concern about how many access points we were going to have on County Road 300 South. We all may be aware, but there's a 90-foot half right-of-way that's being dedicated and requested by the county for the future expansion of County Road 300. So that's why you see the large green space or sliver to the north of our landscape buffer, but still on the south side of County Road 300. We did close off an access point at their request, and I think we heard that from some of the folks within the town as well. So now there is only one main entrance to the community, and that is more centrally located. We did show a second access out to 300 on the school parcel. That is not the exact location. We just simply wanted to show it for illustrative purposes, as they will be sharing one access on their site and then a combined neighborhood and school access at our main entrance on the south side 300, as you see. Next slide, please. One of the things we did not have for the last hearing, or we had it but it wasn't able to be seen very well, was the trails. And connectivity and pedestrian connectivity was something that was very important, and so we wanted to have its own slide here. So perimeter pathways, we have just shy of about a half a mile, and that would be the 3 perimeters that we have on 800, 300, and 875 respectively. Internally, there's another 1.3 miles of trails. One conversation topic that did come up in our conversations with the neighbors was that southeast corner, that dashed red line. There was a desire not to have that trail so close to the neighboring properties, which we had previously shown it on the east side of that detention pond, there at the southeast corner of the site. We have moved that to the west side of that pond to remove that foot traffic so close to the neighboring properties. So another enhancement there as well. There was some conversation about having too many lots that are, too close to the perimeter roadways. So one of the focuses that we had was trying to increase the depth or the distance to the first home as you access from County Road 300 South. So you see the before on the left-hand side of the screen, we were probably about 100 feet or a little bit less to the new proposed right-of-way line. And this revised proposal, we've tweaked everything, and the model court there is kind of in that crescent shape or that half circle shape, and that is over 600 feet south, 600 feet away from the new right-of-way line. So think about it, when you're standing on 300 today, that's well over 2 football fields, including that 600 feet plus the new dedicated right-of-way, to make this site feel a little bit more open and in character, with a rural design. We had another concept where we tried to preserve as many of the trees on site that was in our amenity area. So we pushed that pond as far south as it could go. So that allows us to preserve some trees in addition to having a very central amenity area for all the folks that are going to be living within this development. And then one of the last big ticket items was perimeter buffers. So previously we had showed a plan that complied with basically the Zionsville zoning ordinance. Now everything that we're showing is going to exceed the standards of the Zionsville zoning ordinance that you see there on the screen. And we're going to dive through a few of those different cross sections of landscaping, so to speak. So the next slide is just an overview of that perimeter buffer plan, and then we're going to get into the various segments as we continue to move forward. But wanted to kind of show you all the dark, mostly in the north, northwest, and then the east, the County Road 875 and those areas. That's going to be new vegetation. To our kind of southwest, south, and southeast, there are already existing tree lines there. So we wanted to protect the existing tree lines instead of ripping them out just to install brand new trees. So as we talk about a few of the various locations, so this is going to be at kind of the southeast corner of the school site. So there's a gentleman in the audience who's one of our neighbors who we had met with, and his house sits pretty far deep into his particular real estate. And so we wanted to try to figure out how to best provide screening and buffering for him as the development continues to move forward. So what you see here is a minimum of 40-foot tree buffer, and that's going to include a mound. And those mounds are generally going to be anywhere from 6 to 7 feet in height. And then what you see at the top of the page is on the left-hand side is what would be required by zoning ordinance. So a 25-foot wide buffer, not the 40 that we're proposing. And then you can see the number of trees and landscaping that would be required by ordinance. And then there's an upgraded, the center column is an upgraded of the town's zoning ordinance. And then what we're actually doing is we're proposing an enhancement to that as well. So, if you see the chart on the far left-hand side of the screen, that's a buffer C. That's basically requiring 1 tree and 1 shrub per 100 linear feet. The top right corner, you see essentially 6 trees and 22 shrubs, and then we're adding an additional 9 evergreens, plus the mounding and berming within that proposed landscape buffer. So significantly enhancing buffering and screening for our neighboring property owners. Next slide, please. So this would be the County Road 300 South frontage, kind of working counterclockwise here. So this is going to be a minimum of 50-foot wide, and that tree buffer that you see is enhanced again with more trees, more shrubs. That would be the top right corner. and that's kind of the amount of landscaping and shrubbery you'd see within that area. Again, we are going to have undulating mounds. That's going to be generally in the vicinity of 4 to 6 feet. It's going to be a little less in height, but it's going to be a little bit more aesthetically pleasing, which would be a benefit to everyone. Next slide, please. And then going around to 800, again, there is a 40-foot wide buffer there, and you see the plantings and the mounding that is shown on the depiction below. And then, of course, you see on the far right-hand corner the F+40. So you have 9 trees, 28 shrubs, and then we're adding an additional 10 evergreens per 100 linear feet. So substantial landscaping going on around all 4 sides of the development. And just a couple other things to wrap up here. We did remove a couple of the lots that were close to the 875 frontage to let that area open up and breathe a little bit more. Again, you see the buffering and the mounding and the additional landscaping that is shown on that depiction in the bottom left-hand corner. Next slide, please. One of the final items was architectural enhancements. So in our zoning commitments, there are kind of 3 layers as you see them on the right-hand side of the page for architectural enhancements on the sides and the rears, and then both. And we've identified what those zoning commitments are, what those features are in the zoning commitments, but then also incorporated it via exhibit here for transparency and clarity purposes. And then previously, we had some front-loaded 2-story homes that were on the 70-foot wide lots. Those are the elevations that you see on the left-hand side of the screen. We heard loud and clear that aesthetics and streetscape was very, very important. So what we've done is we've gone back to the drawing board, and we are bringing a new side-loaded home series that we don't currently build in the Indianapolis market. And that bottom right-hand side of the screen, or the right-hand side of the screen, is that brand new series. So those are all side-loaded homes. So basically, every 2-story home within this neighborhood is going to be side-loaded. And those ranches that still exist on the western side would be front-loaded, but the other 2 series would be side-loaded for that enhanced streetscape aesthetic. Next slide, please. So these were the 85-foot wide lots. We saw these homes the last time. Again, side-loaded, very nice quality homes. Next slide. This is just a blow-up of the previous page that you saw about the new side-loaded home series that we're bringing. We can continue to the next slide. And then we've discussed these previously as well. These are the ranch-style homes that are located on the western side of the development. So depictions of those, which we had talked about previously as well. There was also some questions as we unfolded with some conversations about anti-monotony and staggered front setbacks to, again, help the streetscape aesthetic within the community. So there is an anti-monotony code that restricts which plans, which elevations, and which color packages can be built in close proximity to one another. That's incorporated in the commitments. And then also having all the homes with the same front setback, if you look down the street, it just looks monotonous. So what we've done is we've committed to stagger the front setbacks of those homes. So it kind of gives a meandering look and feel, not only on the lot itself, but as you drive down the street that also meanders, just to help beautify the project as you get into it. Amenity plan, this really hasn't changed from the previous plan, but we do have a pool with a pool house. There's going to be a playground area and some sport courts. That is centrally located within the development. And then we talked about the comprehensive plan. Again, this is the current comp plan, so the density range that's expected there is 1 to 2 units to the acre, gross acre. We showed the math at the beginning. You're either 1.3 or 1.5, depending on who does the math, so we're well within that range. Understanding that we're not to act on the comprehensive plan that's currently being discussed, but we identified here there are 3 different colors and 3 different areas on our site. The proposed densities that go along with those 3 ranges. Next slide, please. And if you take the current draft of the comprehensive plan, there's somewhere between 419 and 469 lots that could be developed on the site in accordance with the new proposed comprehensive plan. And then next slide, please. If you take out that orange area, which is the higher density, which is skewing those numbers, next slide, please. You're still within that 240 to 266 units if you were to completely omit that orange, which is the higher density residential in the proposed concept plan or comprehensive plan. So again, we're at 210 lots, and just to kind of compare us to the current draft of the comp plan. Next slide. And then one of the things that showed up, I think maybe a little bit better on Jody's slide, but you see it here. Everything outlined in pink is land that's currently zoned R2. So we are in a pocket of R1, but we are adjacent to, on the west and to the east, of land that is zoned R2. And of course, since we're on the south side of 300 with the plans to expand 300 into the future, we felt that our request for rezoning to R2 was well-intentioned and within the line of what could be perceived. And I think one of the last things is, Pulte strives to build places where people can live their dreams, and that's not only from the value of the quality of the homes, but also the site design and all the different features and amenities that we provide within our communities. Thank you.
All right. We're going to open up the public hearing for public comment here in just a moment, but while you're at the podium, one thing that our attorney has asked is for petitioners to specifically speak to the findings of fact that justifies a request for rezoning, if you could speak to that.
So as Jody mentioned, there are 5 criteria to kind of justify a rezoning. Let me flip to that here. So comprehensive plan, I think we kind of showed in a variety of slides why we would comply with either one of those 2 versions and how we would be, in compliance with those 2 things. The current conditions and character of the current structures and uses in each district. There is a home on the property. It is bound by residential, and we are doing residential adjacent to it. Understanding that there may be a difference of opinion on how many homes or density, but this is a residential portion of Zionsville, and so the project that we have proposed, we feel complies with that as well. The most desirable use for which the land, the district is adapted. Again, it's an R1 zoning. We're requesting the R2 zoning. We feel that, and this will probably bleed into one of the next items, but the increase in assessed value and the spinoff of spending within the local economy within Zionsville, we feel complies with that particular item about desirable use. Conservation of property values. We do have significant buffering that's going to be going on between our neighbors that may not be exactly like us. But again, like them, they're residential, we are residential, and we're trying to do everything we can to buffer ourselves accordingly. And then responsible growth and development, I think that's very similar. We understand that we are going to have access to a major east-west corridor within the county that has plans for expansion. And so there are other projects not too far from here that are residential subdivisions, very similar to ours. And so we feel this is responsible growth. We're not proposing any type of commercial or industrial or anything else that would be out of character with the area.
Per our rules and procedures, the next step is for Plan Commission members to ask questions of the petitioner. Are there any?
Is there a commitment from the schools that they're going to build a school and a school only on that 21.5 acres?
They are not committing to build only a school. We have had conversations with them. This parcel is sized appropriately for them to build an elementary school. There was an article that came out in the Current that talked about, hey, we acquired a piece of land that took us 10 to 15 years to actually build a facility on. So they haven't shared with us any plans to do anything other than an elementary school. So that's where we are at this moment.
Have you talked with the neighbors about this school opportunity versus, I wasn't here for when this was cast out the first time, in November, I think. So you had neighbors that were backing up to your subdivision where the school site is. I'm just curious if you've had conversations with those same neighbors about a school being in their backyard, and if those were good conversations or bad. And we'll hear from the remonstration here in a little bit, but I'm just curious if this seems like a new thing. It's not new to me because I've talked to you about this, but I'm just curious if the neighbors, because it seems like it's different. It's not what you were proposing before. So, your response?
Yeah, so we did meet with a few of the neighbors offline. Mr. and Mrs. Schmidt, Mr. Schmidt is here. They live on the north side of 300. We did go sit with them, walk the property, walk our entrance with them, and shared that kind of concept. And then there's a few other neighbors in the front row as well that we met with as a group. So we did kind of roll out this idea and this concept. I don't want to put words in their mouth, so I'll let them speak for themselves. But at the moment, at the time that we met with them, I would say that they did not respond negatively or with huge concern at that moment. But again, I don't want to speak for them. And we haven't really heard outside of Mr. Schmidt, and he'll share his thoughts and comments as well. We have not heard feedback since our meetings. So it's our understanding at this point that the school would give them a greater buffer, would give them a lot more time before anything's developed adjacent to them, especially our folks in that northeast corner. Now, obviously, there would be some items that they may not prefer with the school. But I think looking out into the future, this is a very good option for them for the foreseeable years.
Questions?
Not at this time for me.
Okay. My only question is, I think that R1 goes to 1.5 dwelling units per acre, which is where you're at. So is there something else about the R2 that is what you're striving for this particular development?
I would have to look, but I would generally think that it comes down to lot size as well. I mean, so when we jump to a different zoning jurisdiction or classification like this, if we're in compliance with the lot count or the density count, we can certainly put a cap on that to make sure that what we're showing is what we're going to build. But it allows us to, quasi-custom or quasi-cluster, within the development to provide open spaces and buffering opportunities.
Can I further respond to that question?
Yep.
And looking at the table, R1 district allows a maximum density of 1 dwelling unit per acre. R2, maximum density of 1.67. The minimum lot area for either district is 5,000 square feet.
Okay, great. That's a good update because I think we had heard originally that it was 1.5, so thank you.
Question about density. So just to clarify, your density calculation does not include the 21 acres set aside for the school land swap?
We did that both ways. So the lower number, the 1.3 units to the acre, did include that 21 and a half acres for the school. So that was based on a net of 140 acres. But the 1.5 units to the acre was the total gross inclusive, or I'm sorry, yes, inclusive of, no, net, reverse.
But the 1.5 does not include the 21 acres.
Correct.
Yeah, to me, the school should not be a factor in the calculations. I mean, it's a swap of land, so
Sure.
to me, that's not part of your development.
But it is part of our rezone. We're rezoning that along with.
Correct.
That's where I'm.
But as far as their density calculations, it really
You're
shouldn't be a
correct.
part of it. It's not open space.
It's still part of the parcel that we're considering in this petition, so we're actually looking at 1.3 roughly density with the 21 acres included in the calculation.
Yes, if it's included, the density number is going to go down. If you omit that acreage, as some of your fellow commission members are saying, that would rise to the 1.5.
It's like there was an increase in common area as well. So did that come from the right-of-way across 300, or where's the additional? I didn't really see it while you were pushing it, but you gained like 4 acres, 5 acres, is that right?
Yes, I think it was about 3-ish,
Three?
plus or
Where-
minus.
where'd
But
that
yeah,
come from?
so that particular slide, and it's in your packets, and thank you so much, gentlemen with the screen. Go back probably about 7 or 8 more slides. Basically, what we did was, it's where all those green boxes are going to pop up. Right there, thank you so much. Out along 875, we removed a couple of lots internal to the development, kind of south of the amenity area, south of the tree preservation area, the southwest corner. We removed some lots, added some landscaping and common areas in there. And then as we increased the distance from 300 to the first home along our main entrance, you see a lot of common area added there as well, so.
That pond specifically?
Yeah, at the entrance and then the other 2 areas that we spoke about, yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, if you want to take a seat for a moment, we'll open up a public hearing. We're going to hear Greg, then Kyle, then Matt. Greg, do you want to come to the podium, state your name and your address, please?
much. My name's Greg McDaniel, live at 3220 South 875 East. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. The debate that a few of you are having over 1 acre or 1.5 acres actually goes to, there's two different comp plans in existence right now, and that's sort of what I'm speaking to. So one of the planning staff's duties is to determine a proposed project's compatibility with the recommendations of the comprehensive plan. I'm here to respectfully request that the Plan Commission consider the staff's review of this project and compare it to their review of another item on tonight's agenda, the Snyder Minor Subdivision, located about a mile away from this property. Both properties are zoned rural R1. Both are in rural service district, and both were annexed into the town in 2010. Prior to annexation, both properties were subjected to the Boone County Comprehensive Plan, not the Zionsville Comprehensive Plan, and that's the variance that you guys are determining between less than 1 acre or less than 1 house per acre versus 1.5 per acre. The 2010 annexation documents included the future land use plan from the Boone County Comp Plan, and portions of that land use plan are shown in the staff reports for these two properties. Regarding allowable density, the staff's report for Bradbury subdivision quotes from the Zionsville Comp Plan recommendation of 1 to 2 dwelling units per acre, but for the Snyder subdivision, it quotes from the Boone County Comp Plan recommendation of less than 1 dwelling unit per acre. My primary concern, and one that's shared by many of our neighbors, is that since this annexation included the Boone County Comp Plan's future land use plan, we believe it should also be the density recommendations in that plan for all the rural service districts, including this property. We believe the lower density standards would better preserve the existing character of our community and the surrounding areas. The lower density precisely matches Bradbury's existing rural R1 zoning. Additionally, I do have another specific concern regarding the acceleration and deceleration lanes that Boone County would require in the Bradbury's subdivision entrance on County Road 875 East. These lanes would necessitate my granting additional right-of-way, possibly by eminent domain, taking a portion of my property, which would destroy established landscaping and our split rail fence in the southeast corner of my lot. This impact would be significant and detrimental to my property's value and enjoyment. I appreciate the difficult decisions you guys face in balancing growth, community standards, and individual properties' rights. I urge the Plan Commission to consider the impact of a rezone on neighbors and prioritize the continuity of our rural lifestyle. Please send the petition to the Zionsville Town Council with an unfavorable recommendation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Kyle, Matt, and then Josh.
Hello, my name is Kyle Schmidt. I live at 8370 East 300 South. We were able to meet with Pulte, my wife and I, because we were a part of the larger group of neighbors that was seeking to negotiate with Pulte. We made it clear during our individual meeting that we exclusively wanted to discuss with our individual concerns. We made it clear that we had other more general concerns about the proposal, but we wanted to talk more about individual concerns, and so that related to how the proposal of their proposal interacted with one of their entrances in our property, as well as some specific environmental concerns with the local waterways and wildlife that interact with our property as well. So far at this time, following that meeting, Pulte has offered a satisfactory resolution to just one concern. However, they have said that they will only resolve this issue if and only if we officially withdraw our remonstrance, and then ideally begin speaking in support of their project. At this time, we don't feel that our other individual concerns were addressed, and we have other more general concerns that were apart from our individual concerns, especially with the density distribution of the housing within the proposal. We made it clear to Pulte during our meeting that these were concerns, but that those were to be discussed as a larger part of the neighborhood group. And so at this time, it feels like Pulte is only willing to help us on just this one concern, if and only if we sacrifice all other concerns regarding our home and our property. We understand that this is a negotiation, you know. No one is going to likely get 100% of everything that they want. You know, there may come a time when there is an agreement that's at least passable to both sides, but you know, we want to have a chance to fully discuss our concerns, both our individual concerns and our group in general concerns, and fully work through potential solutions for each issue, rather than just being offered a conditional promise for only one concern. My family also worries that in me speaking here tonight that Pulte may retract their offer, and I elected here to speak here tonight because I hold in good faith what you guys said in November, to seek negotiations with them. And I look to you. We are here, we are trying, and so I wanted to speak here and give you an update as to what it looks like with our negotiations. We appeal to the Planning Committee that at this time, the plan has not reached a satisfactory, it's not satisfactorily addressed our concerns. And nor has a plan been put that we feel addresses each concern. And so at this time, we ask for either more time, so a delaying of decision, or for a negative recommendation. Also, I was asked to speak on my family's thoughts on a school. We have mixed feelings on a school. I agree with the president, that a school should not be the ultimate deciding factor in whether this gets rezoned tonight or at a future meeting. My own family's history, we just had our third child about 6 weeks ago, and welcomed him in. I was a public school graduate of Noblesville High School. My wife was homeschooled all throughout her pre-college years. Our children are 3 under 3, so we don't have, anyone in school right now. We have had our children through the private school at Traders Point Christian Schools, and so at this time we're currently undecided if we will be going through the public schools, private schools, or if we'll be homeschooling, and so that does impact our, own thoughts on a school as well. We also have concerns about lighting of school. The Trailside Elementary was put in about 2 miles south of our home. When that elementary school was built and constructed, the lights that they leave on all night, we can see the light pollution from that school. And so we worry about if there is an elementary school that's put right across the road from us, how that's going to affect the nocturnal wildlife in our area, including the fireflies, how that's going to affect our ability to see stars. The traffic concerns, et cetera, and I know we're not here to negotiate with a school, but I was asked to comment.
Thank you. All right. Matt is up next, Josh, and then Sue.
Good evening, Matt Cornicione, 8607 East 300 South. I'm the, spokesperson for the large group that we've talked about. There's roughly 18 homeowners. At the November 17th meeting, I spoke, and what I heard from the commission was that that Pulte and those of us affected neighbors worked together to address several concerns: density, visible buffering, home quality, the materials, architectural diversity, et cetera. And we took that request from this commission very seriously. We met as a group, discussed our concerns, and submitted a thoughtful proposal that we believe represented reasonable compromises with Pulte. Specifically, we asked for enhanced perimeter landscaping and mounting to create a visual buffer. We wanted an increase in lot sizes. We wanted higher quality building materials such as stone and brick on the exterior to ensure long-term property values, and a customized entrance that would better reflect the character of the surrounding community. As I mentioned earlier, Pulte did make some modest adjustments to the landscaping plan and adjusted a portion of their home designs to remove some front-loading garages. The core concerns by the neighbors were largely not addressed to our satisfaction. The request for larger lot sizes, higher quality building materials, and architectural diversity were not incorporated into the proposal that you guys reviewed tonight. Additionally, there's been some discussion about reduced density. They've stated they've gone from 1.67 homes per acre to 1.5 homes per acre. That statement is technically correct, but it doesn't tell the full story. What's not been highlighted is the fact that the portion of the larger, quote-unquote, 85-foot lots were originally 50% of their proposal. Now that's been reduced to less than 30%. As a result, when you look specifically at the land on which homes will actually be built, the actual density is increased from 2.55 homes per acre to 2.6 homes per acre. This dramatic change shifts the development towards smaller lots and smaller homes. And as we all understand, smaller homes and smaller lots typically come with lower sales prices, which can negatively impact the property values and characteristics of the surrounding neighborhood. Another point I want to make relates to communications. At the previous meeting, there was an expectation in our minds that this process would include open and honest communication with all of us affected neighbors. However, during this process, Pulte worked for months to negotiate a land swap with the Zionsville School Corporation without ever notifying any of the affected neighbors. In fact, it was only after the school corporation publicly posted a notice that we learned about a potential land swap. Lastly, at our most recent meeting with Pulte, which happened in February, we were told that the proposal currently before you represents their best and final offer, and that no further adjustments will be made because doing so would make no financial sense to Pulte. While we respect that the development decisions involve financial consideration, the purpose of this process is to determine what is appropriate for the community, not what simply maximizes the developer's return. We've approached this process in good faith and offered practical solutions that would allow the development to proceed while better respecting the existing community's desires and standards. Unfortunately, Pulte's current proposal does not meaningfully reflect those efforts. And for these reasons and many others, we respectfully ask the Commission to provide an unfavorable recommendation on this request. Thank you for your consideration.
All right, Josh and then Sue.
All right, Josh Purvis, 8250 East 300 South. I agree with everything Matt said. I'm not sure about his math. Just went through a lot there, but I concur with most of his sentiment. Kyle, congratulations on the new baby. Yeah. So the first proposal and then the current proposal. The first proposal was never intended to be built. It was simply to show an improvement from one submission to the other, as evidenced by probably negotiation with the schools that had been going on for a while that never took that into consideration. So, and then there was talk of 1.5 lots per acre and kind of fitting in, you know, with surrounding. If you look at adjacent lots, everything including what is across 300 South, which is where I live on 15 acres, the average lot size is around 7.5. So it is not consistent with what is around. I've had an issue with the quality of homes. You know, we bought in Zionsville, originally built in Zionsville with our first home, and then bought our second because we were intending on our property values being protected. You know, it's something different in Zionsville, right? We have some beautiful communities around that, you know, I just don't think the architecturally is being portrayed here with what is being presented and what's being offered. Again, we're seeing a quote-unquote improvement from the first submission, but the first submission was never going to get approved and was probably never really intended to be built. So, and then also my last kind of point, not to just pile on with Matt's comments, but there is, as the applicant says, there is no retail or industrial, but the school use is a big use. So twice a day, it is the busiest part in Zionsville, right? So maybe not during the summer, obviously, but twice a day during the school season, it's a lot of traffic, and it is right across the street from where we are. There was no commitment from the school that they are going to build a school, unless I misheard that. Our other concern is that they don't build a school and it's something worse, and it's bus storage or something else that goes in that area. It is It is sized appropriately for an elementary school, so that is true. And I could see that being the ultimate use, but that being bus storage and with the density that's being proposed is obviously not something that should be approved and allowed. I should have started by saying I'm very pro-development. I would hope that Zionsville would be more open-minded to development, the right kind of development, the stuff that, that makes sense, that fits in, more Stone Gates, more Holidays, more Willows type developments. That's what Zionsville is, and that's not what is being proposed or voted on tonight. So, thank you.
Sue?
Good evening. I have no written notes. I'm just speaking from the heart here. I'm not going to reiterate all the density concerns, et cetera, but I moved to Zionsville 25 years ago. I live in one of the original farmhouses in the area. I'm at 3402 South, 875 East. I very, very carefully looked at zoning at the time, and it was R1, and I was very comfortable with that. And I feel like the whole proposal doesn't fit in with the area. Pulte alluded to the fact that there's adjacent, maybe some R2, but I think we need to look at, okay, but if that's R2, then we make this R2, where do we stop? Where does that progression from the rural to high density stop and start? And I think, one of Zionsville's commitments as a city was that we are going to preserve our rural heritage. And part of that was preserving the agriculture or the large lots and the open fields. And I feel like we keep moving that further and further north, we keep taking that away. So I think that's one of the things that we need to keep in mind with this is, where do we stop that, or where do we keep that preservation? And I feel like that this Pulte addition, it's not like anything that's out there right now, not even close. Even Devonshire is lower density. So this would be the highest density in the entire area. So anyway, thank you for your time.
All right. That wraps up the persons that have signed up to speak. All right, so does the petitioner have any comments speaking to the presentation so far?
Again, for the record, Rex Ramage, Pulte Homes. A few things here, probably won't be able to tackle all of them, but, Mr. Purvis kind of alluded to the fact that we submitted a plan that was never intended to be built. I can 100% assure you that that's exactly what we wanted to build. And due to the change, or I guess due to the feedback that we received, that's the reason why we started pursuing an avenue that would, reduce the density of the overall project by still providing a reasonable development. So we certainly did want to build the 269 lots. We wouldn't have designed it if we didn't want to do that. There were a few other comments about, us not being open, with our dealings or conversations with the school. We were not allowed to discuss those private business matters that were ongoing, that were not finalized and formalized. As you all are probably aware, the school board had to, have a public hearing at their school board meeting, and then they had to take action on the actual agreement before it was even signed. So we simply wanted to make sure that that was in place before we could come public with any of that information. So we weren't trying to hide the ball. It was just purely what you're allowed to disclose, what you're not allowed to disclose while you're negotiating those business items. The quality of the homes, I guess I'm confused. We did receive the letter from the neighbors that Mr. Cornicione had talked about. There was some desire in there to essentially make these non-Pulte homes. That's kind of the effect of the asks or the requests that were in there. Pulte builds, despite what some may think, Pulte builds a very quality home. We are using fibrous cement materials, we are using brick, we are using stone, and that comes up in a variety of our elevations that we're going to offer. We typically offer somewhere between 4 to 5 unique architectural styles, and that could be from like a prairie style to a craftsman style to a Euro country, and all of those home styles have different architectural design criteria for them. And then each floor plan typically has, 4 to 5 different elevations as well. So there's a unique combination of homes. And so I guess we are providing quality homes, we are using quality building materials. So if there's something else specific that maybe we're missing the mark on, I'm definitely willing to listen to that feedback. But we do believe that we're hitting the mark there. There's some other discussion about density. I think we've talked about that. And then going back to Mr. Schmidt, it was certainly not a gag order as far as, hey, we're willing to agree to work with you on some landscaping. It was simply, hey, if you have a problem with our project and we're willing to work with you, the items of concern that are maybe alleviated by what we're agreeing to do is certainly something that should come off the table, so to speak. So apologies if there was some miscommunication on what level we could continue to hear feedback from you. Regardless, if we continue to move forward and this gets approved, we will still agree. I'm standing here today telling you that we will agree to work with Mr. and Mrs. Schmidt on the landscaping that they had asked for. There's some buffering items that we worked with some of the neighbors on. It's not the 10-foot flat industrial-looking mound with arborvitaes on top. We tried to do better by providing a variety of landscaping and shrubbery and trees and all that, with some varying mound heights, around all 4 sides of our development. So we tried to be thoughtful in how we responded to some of these items of concern from the neighbors, despite that we didn't hit exactly what their request was. So hopefully these things are seen as valuable improvements. Certainly open to continued feedback from the Plan Commission before we figure out how we're going to move forward or not move forward this evening. Thank you.
All right. Commission members, do we have any questions for the petitioners or, the petitioner and/or the speakers that were remonstrating against the development?
On the school site, so you've done a wonderful job of landscaping this entire project. However, the school site, and with your own admission from the current article, I read it as well, said sometimes 10, 15 years before they do any development on anything. So I see several lots there that are just going to back up to this, what I assume is going to still be farmed field. But there's no landscaping around the school site in any way, short of the main entrance coming in. And I understand you don't want to put landscaping into an area that the school's going to potentially do themselves or tear out. Was there any thought of refiling this as a separate petition without the school property in it? And let the school do their own thing?
I guess we hadn't considered 2 different petitions. We came forward with, one overall legal description of a rezone request. We felt that it was the best action going forward to continue to stay within the same real estate. So that's the reason why we kept it as is. But if there's merit to considering breaking that out, I think we can consider that.
That's a good comment.
I just, the school's going to do what the school wants to do with the property that they own. They're flipping ground they currently own to do this. So to say they're going to build a school, there's no guarantees of that. They say that they could flip it and build townhomes on it in 15 years. I'd rather see some assurances if this is going to be used for the public use as a school site, that we have some sort of assurances of that. There is none in this setting.
Well, and we could put with our recommendation, could say that we would limit that site to a elementary school or a middle school, elementary school, whatever that might be. But the problem is that the petitioner's not here to respond to that.
Yeah. Not to mention with the school going in there, even if they did build a school, and I'm sure they're going to try to encourage all the park traffic to go out to 300 as they can, but every school around here, there's a lot of traffic when kids are getting in and out. And I can foresee a lot of it going through this subdivision to stay off of 300. So like I said, the school site, I'm not 100% comfortable with it.
If I could add one other thing just for consideration there. If it was going to be a use that does not fall within the R2 zoning, the school or whoever, if they were to sell to somebody else in the future, right, they would have to come back before the town to make sure that that approval is in place. These folks, the neighbors, would get noticed of that. So there would be another whole round of conversation and negotiation to be had should the school not decide to move forward. But I think I guess I'll stop there, just for context to your concern.
When we first heard this petition back in November, there was a lot of discussion about R1 and the character of R1 and the surrounding area containing estate lots. If I recall correctly, my comments had to do with a proper transition from the outer boundaries, I guess, of this parcel to be more smoothly into R1 and the surrounding area. I don't see that addressed at all in this redesign. I appreciate the effort that's gone into it and the lower density, but I'm not seeing the transition that I believe was an important part of our discussion in November.
You're talking about transitioning to the north, that transition?
Yeah, across 300, we have R1 estate lot type of properties surrounding this development as a whole, really. And so I was looking to see some that incorporated into this design somehow, and I'm just not seeing it. So that's my comment.
Sure. And we did look at that and how we came to our design and how that was going to address some of those concerns. So if we could go back to maybe the new comprehensive plan slide. That brown area go forward one or two. That one will be fine. Or can you go to the next one, please? Yeah, so effectively, if we're talking about the area to the north, it's kind of orangey colored on the exhibit, but it's what we're calling the brown area. That was intended that there were only going to be so many homes per acre within that real estate. And so we were about one lot shy of the calculation there. It's something to the effect of 9 lots, 10 lots within that area. So we kind of just said, look, we're clustering everything. There's new buffering and other things added that you wouldn't otherwise get if it was just estate lots. So the effect of having 9 lots in some way, shape, or form versus our 10 or 11 lots, we felt that was a different way around the barn of achieving the same thing. That was how we got to that particular item.
I don't see that as 9 lots per acre with a school being a replacement for possible residences. To me, that's even a more intense use. I mean, schools got to go somewhere. They're permitted in R1. They're permitted in R2. But Jim, Craig, some comments?
I guess my initial concern is us using the uniquely Zionsville unapproved comp plan for anything until we have it as something that's a legal document that we need to visit. I understand there's conversations all around it. That's great. That's what we need to be happening with the public. And there's still input that needs to be brought to your town council for changes on that. So like this slide, to me, the bigger thing really is what you just mentioned as the gravity to it, but it doesn't mean anything to me at the moment. So, I mean, I'd rather see your comments with the current comprehensive plan. Do you have that with this?
We do. If we could go back 2 slides, one more slide maybe, one more. So that's the current comprehensive plan. It outlines it as the single-family residential land use zoning, or land use classification. And that is the 1 to 2 units per gross acre. And so if we do the math on our 160 acres, regardless of design, lot size, those types of things, we could have 319 lots to be underneath the 320 threshold, and that would be deemed compliant with the current comprehensive plan. And so when we talked about the changes that we made from the 269 lots to the 210 lots, any way you cut it, there's 210 lots on this acreage, and we could have up to 320. Or in the scenario of excluding the school acreage, there could be up to 280 lots versus the 210 that are being proposed.
I don't have anything during public
Okay.
comment, no.
Just a handful of items that I wanted to discuss. I know we're talking about a rezoning, but if it gets rezoned, then everything after that is ministerial. And we do have a development plan approval process for subdivisions where we can work on design a bit. But I think it's better if we're considering the project to ask for, you know, what we think is right. I mean, that's part of the reason why they're showing all of the landscaping bump up, is those are commitments that maybe make this rezoning tolerable or appropriate. So a couple things for me is that I would like to start seeing us as a plan commission, as a town, asking for common areas to not just be seeded in turf grass. I mean, we talk about preserving rural character. A lot of people mention wildlife species and possible the eroding of that. And one way to preserve that is getting rid of some of the turf grass and going to prairie grasses or wildflowers or whatever it may be that's continues to preserve some of the habitats, as well as just has a more rural character to it versus something we're putting fertilizer on and irrigating. Another one is I still think that ponds should be natural in character and not engineered. I don't know of any natural ponds that have long straight lines and very consistent banks. I think, again, if we're trying to preserve rural character, that's one thing that does have an effect on the overall aesthetic of a development. In this particular case, I've heard folks talk about architecture. One thing that I'm always concerned about is we get pictures of the front facades, which are always very lovely, but we rarely see what the side and rear architecture is going to be. I know you've committed to some of the more prominent lots having that four-sided or two-sided architecture. But I do have concern about that. I mean, there are quite a few developments in other communities you drive by and you just see blank walls. And again, I just don't think that's the character that we're going for. I appreciate the varied setbacks. The picture that you showed more like 20 and 30 foot variations in setbacks. And then the language said, 2 foot variations in setbacks. So I just, to any developers, try to ask for more genuine illustrations that mirror what the real commitment actually is. Something else that we've been talking about just seems to keep coming up is dark skies. Just this idea of making sure that developments aren't creating glows in the distance. One of the illustrations, Exhibit D in the package, shows more of a ye old carriage light standard. I think that that's probably not the kind of lighting standard that we're looking for, because those do spill light northward a fair amount. And maybe there is a design feature there that I'm not seeing, but we're looking for shielded lighting. If we move forward with this, I would want the school, I would want to impede the school's property to commit to that same thing. And again, they're not here to speak to that, but a school should also be committing to dark skies concepts where we're not creating a lot of light pollution. And the last thing, and this is just something that's showing up here recently, is trying to get garages to be a minimum size. 3-car garages usually provide that additional extra space for the bikes and the lawnmowers and that kind of stuff, but all too often we're seeing garage sizes that are just not big enough for the trash cans, the lawnmower, that kind of stuff. And so I would suggest a commitment of a minimum like 500 square foot, which is like 22 by 23. It's still not a huge garage, but a 500 square foot minimum for 2-car garages that give people space. And maybe you're exceeding that with your drawings, but we can't tell that from the illustrations. I think that's an amendment that will at least be considered here in the near future for the Plan Commission for those reasons. Are there any gated streets, private streets? None of that's as part of the project, is that correct?
Correct. All public streets, nothing gated.
I was just going to look into the audience to the persons that spoke. I know you mentioned vaguely that the negotiations didn't go well, but there was very little on specifics. Landscaping I caught through the response was one of the concerns. From our perspective, and I think Josh already mentioned this, that our ordinance is fairly weak on landscaping requirements, and they have gone, in some cases, 3-fold, 4-fold, 5-fold beyond what's required in our ordinances. From our perspective, that's a good thing. I guess I'm wanting to know is like how far off are those landscaping standards? Because what they're proposing is quite generous from what we normally see. Just if you want to speak at the podium, that would be fine. Again, state your name and address.
Yeah, Matt Cornicione, 8607 East 300 South. For those who know, I'm the property that's abutted directly to the east and directly to the south. So I'm going to have both the school and, I don't know, 7 or 8 homes there. We give them credit for upping from the very minimalist required. We asked for higher mounding. That section of this property is the highest point on the property, right? So we'd like to have industrial touche. That I did a quick chat GPT picture to throw it in when we did our thing, and that was not intended to be the thing. But the design that they proposed, I think in 10 years would probably get to where we need to be. But to think that, small shrubs and, maples and those things that are not going to be grown out for 10 years is going to get us to have the lack of somebody, right? I mean, literally it's going to be on top of our property, right? We have a pretty nice fire pit out there and everything else, and it's like there's literally going to be somebody looking from a second-story home right down into our property. That's what we're trying to avoid is not having that.
Height of mounds and immature trees.
Yeah, the immaturity is
Are there
probably
any
the
other
biggest thing.
specifics that were requested and denied?
From landscaping, no.
Okay.
I mean, from a design standpoint, we talked about, we'd like to see up to 50% or roughly 50% of either stone or brick. We're trying to bring that property value up. They've suggested that the home sites are going to sell for, if my math is good, $300 to $350 a square foot, right? A nearly identical neighborhood, less than a mile south in Devonshire, selling for $175 to $225, right? We're trying to get that total property value up, and that's kind of what we're trying to get at, and that was, in our minds, was not addressed.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Speaking about mounds and landscaping, just absolute facts is that smaller trees planted have a much higher survival rate. If you plant a 3-inch caliper tree, it has a much less chance of surviving, for one. So that's part of the reason why we don't want just a little whip to be planted, but we don't ask for larger trees because over time they just don't survive, or at least not as many. And then second is that mounding, it's really hard to get vegetation, especially native vegetation, to survive on slopes. So when you combine landscaping and a slope, it reduces the survivability of those plant species even more. Even if you throw irrigation on it, it does shed. I have talked to a lot of nurseries and arborists about that, and that is what we resoundingly hear. Not to say that you're not right, I'm just saying that those are some challenges. Another thing is we try not to have steep slopes, so mowing crews can be safe. When you get steeper slopes, to be able to get to those higher levels, it does get difficult. So we take all of that into consideration. Understand, I appreciate your specificity on what your requests were. Any other questions for petitioner? All right, let's deliberate then amongst ourselves. Anyone want to start?
I'll start and say that I don't think the overall density of this development is right for there. But people can build something there in R1 with none of the guardrails of increased landscaping and a number of other things that the developer has committed to do here. And that, to me, is where I need some help in understanding how to balance that for the community. Because I do believe this is overly dense for where that area is. But the developer is making some amount of commitments. I'll go further and say that if this were a PUD, it would be easier to negotiate some of these commitments, and we wouldn't have to think of what they needed to be or needed to be increased by here on the fly. So those are kind of where I'm stuck on conversation amongst Planning Commission members.
I agree. If this were to be denied and it comes back as an R1 development, they could come back with virtually no landscaping, no mounds, they could put the properties right up against the roads. And that's part of what we have to consider is what would this look like the other direction? And, whether it's this developer or another developer, we may not get some of the development standards that we're talking about tonight.
Even at R1, the lot standard won't change in terms of lot area as a minimum of 5,000 square feet. With lower density, you get more open space, essentially, but don't necessarily get larger lots.
Correct. Yes. What's the minimum lot size for R1 and R2? They're
5,000 square feet.
for both.
Yeah, for both.
Which is not a big lot.
No. Greg?
Yeah, just quick math. I was kind of just double checking your numbers and just to make sure you're on point. It sounds like, 281 is that number with regards to R1. And you're proposing 210 residential lots. So if we forced you to go through at the current R1 zoning, again, I do see the value in the negotiations that have occurred. However, I still struggle with the density. I kind of concur with Mr. Hurst over there about the location of the density. And I'm really worried, that this is going to be the precedent as we move forward, that, everyone that's living in the rural settings are going to be, have the fear that this is going to be their backyard based on this commission or the council or whoever moving forward in Zionsville. We know and understand that Zionsville is an extremely desirable place to live for many people. Therefore, houses like these sell. And I think we're just up against that. So we've got two options. We can deny this request and have them maybe come back with this R1. I don't know how far along the school agreement is, but if you did this with the R1 zoning, it would still be about 246 homes if you still donated the 20 acres to the school. So making that still approximately 36 more homes or lots than what we currently have. So I'm a little torn myself with regards to the rock and the hard place. I do think that you have done a great job with the landscaping components of this. They're strategic in their locations. And it sounds like it appears on the drawings and the maps that they're strategic in the fact that they're around the people's locations that you did have conversations with. I'm a little disappointed to hear about the, if you don't remonstrate against us, we'll give you what you want. We've heard that before, and that's frankly, the arm of these negotiations that it's the strong arm is what it boils down to. So as we do this, and we hear those things pop up, I'm glad you spoke on that because that's a true thing. Like it's either we'll give this to you if you're quiet, otherwise now you have a fear of you spoke up, you did what was right for your family, and congratulations on your newborn as well, specifically you. And that's why we're doing this. That's why all these guys are up here, is because we have kids and it's not just because we have kids, it's because that we know that there'll be people that follow in our footsteps here in Zionsville. So back to this development in particular, I'm concerned with the density, but I think there is an alternative that could be a little worse without the benefit which is proposed here. I think my biggest thing as well is the school location at this spot. Seems like it's, though it may be good for the school, I don't know that it's great for the community.
I'd like to point out one thing you did say, Craig, that there is no donate. You mentioned the donated school land. It's not a donation. This is a land swap for some other land the school system currently owns plus some money.
Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't mean to jump in there.
No, that's important.
I'm going to go back to the school site. I think the density is, like everyone, I think I'd like to see a little bit less, but I'm not overly uncomfortable with it considering the amount of landscaping that's being included in it. It's the school site that generally concerns me, and it questions. I'm not able to get myself around all 5 of the criteria that we have to determine our vote on with the school site as it is. I don't know if rezone or refiling without the school site in it is the answer, and let the school do their own thing. Generally, I think the schools want to have their land zoned special use anyhow. So eventually, we're going to have to rezone it at some point down the road, I would assume, anyway. So that's where I'm at with it. If the school site wasn't in it, I think I can get my head around it, even though I don't necessarily like the density. It does fulfill all 5 of the criteria that I'm looking at right now, so.
All right, thanks, Josh. Nick?
I struggle with the request to rezone this to R2. I think R1 is a more appropriate zoning classification for the area. And the petition before us tonight is seeking to rezone to R2. And I'm just, I'm struggling with that for the area that this parcel is located.
Right. Well, there's no clear direction here.
If I may.
Hang on a second. Is there any other information that you want to learn about the project or any other? Like I said, I'm split on this as well. I'm almost, though, more fearful of what an R1 development might look like and how it could be 10 times worse for some of the neighbors. Especially if each lot develops by itself. If it gets split out, then you don't get buffering, you don't get some of the things.
I understand that, but I think I don't want to base my vote on speculating what R1 could look like. We have to focus on what's here before us this evening.
We do. And to be clear, I know Craig mentioned we have to make the decision. It's not us that will make the decision. It's actually the town council will make the final decision. We just make a recommendation tonight. I know you just misspoke, but I just wanted to make that clear for the audience that may have heard it incorrectly. All right, so I think we are ready for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Brief.
Understanding the feedback from the neighbors, maybe we didn't achieve everything that was desired, understanding that there's some open questions from the Plan Commission, we'll go ahead and voluntarily ask for a continuance so that we can address these final items, and then maybe come back next month with some of these open items buttoned up, if that would be okay.
All right. We can make a motion on a continuance. That would be the next step if you want to accept that, or if you want to vote tonight.
If I could have a question. What I understand of Mr. Fedor's concern is he would like to see the school carved out. Can that be done on this petition, or does this petition have to be denied or withdrawn so that the school part could be cut out?
You could amend it. If they so chose, they could amend the petition to take out that real estate.
Okay.
Correct. So no action necessarily from the town would be required. We would amend it. Correct.
What's the benefit of that carve out at this juncture?
Well, from my standpoint, I'm still thinking through some of Mr. Fedor's argument. I was trying to see if a continuance would potentially solve his concern. I'll let Mr. Fedor defend his own point.
Yeah, I'm actually was going to make the motion for a continuance. I think you got some input from us tonight. And if there is a way we can carve out that school property, it would make me feel much more comfortable about this project. So I'm completely comfortable giving them a 30-day continuance, 31-day continuance, to try to address the concerns of some of the public and as well as our concerns as well. I will make a motion. I move that docket 2024-75-Z to rezone the subject area from rural single-family R1 district to rural single-family and two-family R2 district for the development of a 210-lot residential subdivision receive a continuance to the April 21st, 2026 Planning Commission meeting for
Second.
further consideration.
Second was, sorry, Craig.
Craig. All right, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Do you want a roll call? Whatever.
It was unanimous.
I thought it was unanimous.
Okay.
Am I incorrect? Was there anyone that objected? No. Okay. All right, yeah, I would just advise you to meet with the neighbors, listen to what we had to say, and see if you can make some of those amendments. We'll see you in April.
Thank you so much.
All right. Moving on to our next item, which is 2025-83-Z, Pittman Apartments Woodland Grove PUD rezoning. Staff, you're per rules and procedures first. If you want to waive that, I can move on to the petitioner.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Again, this one is an update, so you've seen the basics before. So if you want to just get to the petitioner and have him outline the changes, that would be awesome.
Just wanted to give you a first shot. All right, petitioner. We are trying to stick to our rules. It does say that we give petitioners 10 minutes. I can be a little bit lax on that, but let's try to keep it brief. All right, Kyle, it's you.
Brad, great. Good evening, everyone. Kyle Russateritz, for the record, with Denton's 10 West Market Street, Suite 2700, here on behalf of Pittman Partners, joined by Steve Pittman, the developer of the Woodland Grove subdivision. Thank you for your time this evening. As alluded to before the start of my presentation, we are here before you. Again, this is our third presentation on this request for a rezone. I will get right to it in the interest of time and consideration of the Plan Commission. We closed last conversation with an indication that we would receive several handful comments on the text of the ordinance from Mr. Johnson. We received those and continued to make those ordinance changes. We stood before you in February with a new concept plan from our time in January. I won't spend a great deal of time on this slide before you, but just highlighting a few of the important changes we made to the comp plan, including a decrease in overall density, higher architectural standards, some elements including a boulevard as you enter into the residential portion of the site. We return to you tonight after making 60 or 70 material changes to the text of the ordinance to make it a, frankly, much better ordinance, and really one of what I would stand on and say confidently one of the best PUD ordinance is that the Zionsville Plan Commission and Council has considered from the text of it, as well as how well a staff member can review it. Because really with the comments we received from Brad were really with that in mind. How well could it be interpreted? How well could it be read? How well could it be understood by the developer as well as staff? So that was really of utmost importance to us. As far as the crux of the changes we made to those, we also feel as though it made a great improvement as far as how this site would develop, how it would protect the residents, both within the community as well as around this 421 corridor, north, south, east, and west, and otherwise. I want to highlight 8 in particular improvements that we've made, revisions that we've made to the conceptual plan. A commitment to a maximum of 1 and 1.5 stories in the Michigan Road subdistrict, that being the commercial subdistrict. Provided higher landscaping standards, both larger trees, more native trees, and lower maintenance landscaping throughout the development. All streetlights, we've improved the street light standards to make sure that those would all be full cutoff to promote the dark skies, hearing the importance placed on preserving the dark skies, particularly from our friends from Save Rural Zionsville. Bolstered signage standards, making sure that they were both consistent but also more easy to apply and interpret for staff. We did add back a use of a small scale commercial cafe in the Michigan Road subdistrict with some limitations to that. One of those being that the cafe use would be limited to a maximum of 10% of the total square footage, and also that would need to follow a build out in the commercial subdistrict or 80% of the residential build out. We added more defined terms with respect to the concept plan and the conceptual character imagery, both outside of these meetings as well as in the last 2 meetings. It's been raised by the general public as well as members of the Plan Commission, making sure that this isn't a, I'll use the phrase that we've heard many times, a bait and switch scenario. We want to make sure that the concept plan that we are showing here before you is generally consistent with that concept plan that that this Plan Commission will ultimately see in the form of a development plan. Too often, particularly opponents of a petition like this one are indicating that we might present one concept plan to this board and to the council, and they might see a different one at a later date for a development plan. We have spent so much time and effort, design, architecture, engineering, and the like, that we have gotten so far along with this concept plan, so that we've added more provisions in the ordinance to say that the development plan that you would see would be generally consistent with this plan, and any modifications to that plan would actually be a lower density or more open space, or any sort of any revisions or changes to that would be a lessening of what you see before you tonight. We provided additional restrictions for townhome setbacks to provide for visual anti-monotony. That was a discussion that really we spent a great deal of time on last month, making sure that both there were some street undulation, but also making sure that the front elevations and the rear elevations of all of the townhomes would not line up. So to the extent that there is a collection of 3 townhomes in a row, you may see 2 of those aligned on their front or their rear elevations, but you're always going to see one of those offset. So anytime you see these rows, not only is there this undulating road, but there's also this undulation of the townhome building. So we introduced that as a new improvement to the site plan here. And then similarly introduce some additional window requirements on the single family dwellings. We spoke a lot last time about the general density. I'm going to move quickly through this as you've seen these slides before, highlighting on the west side and the east side of the line, the red line indicating the demarcation on the comprehensive plan. We have a unit per acre count of 4.8 on the west side of the line, 1.5 on the east side. That 1.5 being that single family residence is very much falling in line or under neighboring single family communities, Union Woodlands, Brookhaven, and Countrywood. You've seen iterations of both the site plan as well as proposed projects on this site, whether that be last year the reserve at Union Woodlands, earlier this year an earlier iteration of Woodland Grove. At the top we highlight our overall density, 3.36 units per acre. So that is for this entire 50 plus acreage site, 3.3 acres units per acre, excuse me. As highlighted earlier in the Plan Commission's meeting this evening, it is of utmost importance that both the Plan Commission as well as the Town Council pay reasonable regard to 5 very important set by Indiana statute considerations for 5 standards for any rezone proposal. As you well know, this board, this commission is tasked with making a recommendation to the council and paying reasonable regard to each of these items: comprehensive plan, current conditions, most desirable use of the land, conservation of property values, responsible development and growth. I've touched on each of these in my 2 prior presentations, but I want to summarize each of them with a few different slides. First, with the comprehensive plan. We did provide this slide with a comparison of how this development fits in with the current 2021 adopted comp plan, as well as the 2026 draft comprehensive plan. As this petition has matured through staff review, as well as stood before you now, again, this being our 3rd evening, it has been made clear to us, at least as we stand here today, that we should pay most, if not entire regard to the existing comp plan, as given that the council has not approved the future comp plan. It is good context, it's good conversation. This town has spent a great deal of time and money in consideration of that future comp plan. I won't go through all of the bullet points. Instead, I will focus on how we meet or pay reasonable regard to the existing comp plan. Mixed-use campus housing, both for our Michigan Road commercial use as well as our Discovery Commons subdistrict, which again is a maximum of 120 townhomes and 19 detached homes. Our Overland Commons, that east side of the red line, and our Woodland Grove tree preservation and wildlife area here. The agritourism and agricultural district, we note that the subdivision of property should discourage the additional housing, but we need to take into account that this site is a property that is bifurcated, as I've shown. So we need to pay reasonable regard to the other elements of that recommendation. How do we do that? We look to the agritourism and agricultural district, that there's a blend of uses intending to maintain significant open space. We've maintained over 5 acres of existing tree and wooded and wildlife preservation area. We are also exploring and have begun conversations with the Purdue extension, how we can incorporate additional agricultural uses south of the wooded area, perhaps in a walking trail, a learning environment, sort of an arboretum esque feel, so that we can have an identification and a preservation of all of those tree-lined areas, perhaps have additional native grasses, and as I said, sort of a walking tree element to benefit the communities that live in the Woodland Grove area. I highlight some permitted agricultural uses within the town of Zionsville district because it was brought up at the last meeting about how we might incorporate some of these agricultural uses. And really, as we took that to heart, seeing some of these agricultural uses listed here, we are again identifying how this site in particular has to use the land offered to it and use the comprehensive plan and the zoning ordinance as a guide of the best uses. We do not see a consistency and a congruency and relationship between the uses identified in the agricultural zoning designation as we might see how it compares to both the tree preservation area and our single family and townhome environment here. So we want to continue to explore how to implement some of that agritourism with our confined site with the Purdue Extension and other users here. As we look to the other considerations, current conditions, the current conditions and the character of along 421, we're really in a changing environment, a transition area. We believe we meet the surrounding condition and character uses. As we've noted on the comprehensive plan, we also are neighboring the Union Woodlands single-family subdivision that has begun to the east. Of course, plat approval for Bradley Ridge to the north, Maple Lane rezoning to the north, existing single-family residential subdivisions existing surrounding, as I've mentioned, Brookhaven, Countrywood, Fox Run. We have letters of support from landowners or prior landowners of all of the real estate highlighted in yellow directly adjacent to the site. As we look to the most desirable use for the land, you generally refer, again, back to the comprehensive plan for guidance. We believe, as I've said, we've aligned with that. We're providing an appropriate mix of uses that balance the existing as well as the draft comprehensive plan. We'll look to the consideration number 4, conservation of property values throughout the jurisdiction. This development, as well as developments along 421 that I've listed before, will have a positive impact on property values in the jurisdiction. Most notably, the extension and expansion of public utilities being available in the immediate area. Office and commercial uses along the frontage of Michigan Road is consistent with typical development patterns along major vehicular arteries. We also note that we anticipate and currently expect a new assessed value generated in excess of $100 million to be created. This project alone would account for approximately 2% of assessed value in Zionsville Civil Town compared to their assessed value of last year. We'll have road impact and park impact fees almost totaling $1 million, $800,000 to $1 million. When we look at the conservation of property values, we're looking at new assessed value. We're looking at comparable infrastructure costs. We're looking at cost of constructing these homes, $500 homes, $600,000 homes. Construction of the commercial corridor likely being in excess of $6 million. Then when we look at the final responsible development and growth consideration here, again, planned orderly development of property is a component of property values, as I've mentioned. And this project offers that mix of uses, single-family development. It's a fiscally positive result. And we also know with this parcel only being 50 acres and offering that mix of uses, we actually preserve the long-term development of other agricultural parcels throughout this corridor. As I've noted throughout this presentation and otherwise, I encourage the Plan Commission to send a favorable recommendation. As I've noted tonight, I look for the Plan Commission and respectfully request you consider each of these 5 items in both our written and oral testimony here this evening, and I will answer any questions that you might have. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you. We have held a public hearing on this matter in our previous meeting. We are going to open comments from the public back up tonight due to requests from Plan Commission members and Town Council members, as well as our attorney. So we are going to ask if there's anyone here from the audience that wants to speak in favor or against the proposed development. We're going to give you 3 minutes per person to give those comments.
Will there be a?
You'll have a chance to rebut the comments that are made.
Perfect. And will there be any parameters around what comments, whether those be just comments I've offered tonight or changes we made since the last meeting? I'm going to
be fairly generous in that, unless somebody's overly repeating things we've already heard, if we're hearing new stuff, we'll let people speak. If we're hearing a lot of repeat stuff, then we'll cut them off. We're going to do this in order. Bill Fry and Sherry will be our first 2 speakers. Bill, if you could step up to the podium, state your name and your address. Sherry, you're on deck. If you can come up to the front, near the podium, near the microphone, and then Michelle will be third. Yes, sir.
My name is Bill Fry. I'm the president of the Hamilton County Airport Authority. I'm representing in the exec airport at 11329 East State Route 32 in Zionsville. I want to express our opposition to a portion of the Woodland Grove PUD, which specifically the Overland Commons District, and for 3 particular reasons. First is it conflicts with the adopted comprehensive plan, which includes the airport land use plan. And I'd like to just comment on the airport land use plan. There's been a few comments made here that are incorrect regarding that plan. That plan was brought to us by the town of Zionsville. Mayor Hawk came to our board meeting back in, 2017, and asked us to participate. Hamilton County did not force this on Zionsville in any shape or form. We shared the cost of it equally between the town and between the airport authority, and the steering committee was primarily people from Zionsville. So any arguments that somehow Hamilton County pushed the airport authority or pushed the airport land use plan on Zionsville is incorrect. So currently that plan is the one that's in existence. Like we talked about earlier, someone mentioned earlier this evening that the existing comprehensive plan includes the airport plan, and that portion of the Woodland Grove PUD known as Overland Commons subdivision lies within what was designated by the airport land use plan and thus the comprehensive plan as a Tier 2 area, which says because of airport operations, aircraft operations, and public safety, no new residential construction, or recommends no new residential construction. And the reason for that is that aircraft operations around the airport, particularly in this area where they're making an approach into the runway, aircraft will be flying low and slow. And there'll be a noise issue, and there's also a safety issue with residences on the ground. We've consistently opposed development in this area for the last, 5 or 6 years. How many different petitions have come across with the same arguments? This is not a place where you want houses. And it's not fair to the residents who are going to move here, and it's not fair to them to have to listen to aircraft noise. We're going to have extensive aircraft operations in this area. At the town council meeting, in fact, back in February, a council member noted that earlier drafts of the comprehensive plan had this area designated as estate residential. which is a lot different than what's being asked for here. I mean, it's not, we don't want, we're unhappy with any residential construction there, but certainly large lots with lots of space between the homes, and talking acres, is much more preferable from a safety standpoint than having a lot of homes crammed together. I think that's pretty much, yeah, so that's pretty much what I wanted to say. I know you're time constraints here, so.
Thank you.
I'll just leave it at that, thanks.
Sherry?
Good evening, I'm Sherry Leffler, 1850 South, 1200 East. And sorry, I didn't have a prepared speech because we didn't know we were going to be allowed to speak tonight. But I wanted to bring a few items to your attention that, in particular, the neighbors of 200 South, we're a large group. Some of the concerns we have are, we understand the Michigan Road overlay with the commercial, and we're not that we're in agreement, but we're not fighting that. I think the biggest thing that we're looking at is north of 300, you're going from urban to rural and worried about the aesthetics of how it's going to blend. And the townhomes, to us, those 2- and 3-story tall townhomes don't seem to blend or fit in with particularly what's being developed north of there and what's already currently there. So looking at that, I think that we would ask that you guys would consider giving a negative recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. Michelle's up next, and then Chris.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity for letting us to speak today. We are very unprepared, and not only size of speakers, but also what we're here to speak about. But I do want you to know that my name is Michelle Stark. I live at 11920 East 200 South with my husband, Ken. We've lived here for nearly 20 years, right next door to my family who had lived here for nearly 40 years. Unique opportunity for our family. We were actually in the meetings that occurred on Union Woodlands and when that was being done. And I want to remind everybody here, no one's proud of that. It was done as a special exception to make an airport buffer because there was not enough buffer at the end of the runway. That density was only approved as a one-time density, and that was to make room for that airport buffer. If you don't believe me, Michael Andreoli was a part of it. He was a lawyer representing that at the time. He helped draft the documents, and he would very much love to speak to you about it. But that was an exception. Union Woodlands, even though it has a drive coming out of it, does not mean the neighboring property that we're looking at today by Mr. Pittman and Pittman Association should include that exact same density. So you will see we talk about leapfrogging, and I heard the comment in your last meeting, because believe it or not, I have attended every meeting around Mr. Pittman's development. All last year, there were 2 properties. This year, it's different because he's only talking about 1 property, but we all know he's now bought the other property, so it's a matter of time before that comes up as discussion here too. So you are today setting a precedent because all the supporting letters they have from the developers around in the area, as well as himself owning the property north of this area that has the drive going up into it, is going to drive that density in our entire area. This is what makes us passionate about density. And the reason why we say it's inappropriate, a lot of us live in custom homes. I live on a 15-acre parcel. We did the math in the area. Homes range 1 home per 5 acres, average. They have barns, they have ponds, they have animals, they have orchards. It is agricultural. There is nothing in this plan, even what was presented today, nothing defined meeting agricultural elements. And just a quick reminder, we did support the development directly on 200 north on 421 because there was a strong agriculture element and it was appropriate for the area. So we are not a not in my backyard area and development and group of people. We are concerned citizens because this does nothing to meet the density of our area. It does not meet criteria number 3. It does not meet criteria number 4, which is protecting our property values. So we ask that you take that into consideration.
Chris and then Garrett will be next.
Good evening, gentlemen. Chris Henry, 2316 South US Highway 421, Michigan Road, directly across from this development. I'm going to be fairly brief. You don't need a lot of details from me, density, calculations, those kinds of things. I certainly understand and appreciate the role that Mr. Pittman has to play as a developer. He works hard to identify properties and then maximize the usefulness of those properties. He's now bought, as we've heard, he bought 52 acres to the north. Now he's got a 100-acre parcel. I know he's going to develop it. I certainly understand and would expect him to develop it. My hope is that he will revisit this plan now that he's got another 50 acres, and he'll build something we can all be excited about. Mr. Hurst, Mr. Melton, thank you for your comments about earlier on the Pulte development. You had some concerns about this density. This is the Pulte development, this density in this area. I would just beg you to have similar concerns about this density in this area. A higher density project, you just heard an average 5 acres per home in this area. How is a project with almost four units per acre, how is that better here than there? I would just want you to have a similar concern for density. If I think about, and this is really the pitch I'll make to the town council, if you do give it a favorable recommendation, is simply think about the 4 projects that have been approved, significant projects that have been approved in Zionsville in the last few years. Holiday Farms, Bradley Ridge, Maple Lane, Wild Air. Those are incredible projects worthy of a Zionsville address. Does this project fit with the quality and the density? I mean, this is a mobile project. We can add a 5,000 square foot cafe, but 99% of the reasons, to do anything, someone will get in a car. This is not a development that we would enjoy. It's not a Wild Air, a Holiday Farms. It's a high density. I've got 50 acres. I'm going to do as much as I can in those 50 acres. Kyle talked about how difficult, how much effort they have expended on this project. It's hard to push, it's hard to put a round peg in a square hole. That's why they've had to expend this much effort. I appreciate the work that staff has done, but I think their interpretation of the 5 standards for approval have been incredibly generous to the petitioner, because I live across the street. My property, you put 120 townhomes directly across the street. Anyone who believes that my property is going to be increased in value because there's 120 townhomes across the street, I think it's generous. This ought to, and if it does get a favorable recommendation, everybody's going to see me again. But we just ask that you'd consider the density, that you would care as much about the density in this location as you did on the Pulte project. I appreciate your efforts, though. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you, Garrett, and then Kim.
Garrett Weeholder, 2400 South US 421, once again, right across the street from this property or this development, just south of Chris's house. Honestly, I didn't come prepared to speak because we were told we weren't going to have public tonight. Everybody's kind of said everything I was going to say. The only thing I was going to add at the end, I know Mr. Pittman last week said we just want fields across the street from us. There's none of us here, Chris, myself, or David, who just bought the other property just across from us, or right beside me, that has horses too, that has said we just want to look at fields. We know development's coming. We're okay with development. We just don't want the density that's going to be there with Mr. Pittman's project. Thank you.
And last is Kim.
I'm Kim Reinhardt, and I live in Fox Run Development. And I, again, didn't know we were going to speak on any of this tonight, but I'm seconding everything that everyone said. I'm just thinking about 51 acres and the amount of density of what they were planning to do with that property. Driving out of our neighborhood and just looking at that is, I can't imagine. So anyway, I don't want to.
Thank you. All right. Kyle or Steve,
there were a few points raised with respect to what I'll call both sides of the red line, the comprehensive plan line. I'll address the west side of the line first. So the west side of the line being the mixed-use campus housing line. Mixed-use campus housing is supportive of low-intensity commercial uses, as well as attached housing, including a mix of two-family and multifamily housing types. Mixed-use campus housing does not exist in Zionsville right now. Your comprehensive plan, as we've been directed to follow when viewing this one of the 5 criteria, looks to us to guess what campus housing means and look to other jurisdictions, perhaps, to compare what that might look like. In fact, the comprehensive plan gives an example in Hamilton County of a one-story multifamily housing development having approximately 5 units per 1 acre. District will, as I said, consists of one-story attached housing, including a mix of two-family and multifamily housing types. Moreover, this district has no cap on density. So if I were to stand before you today with a campus housing project with a significant density, I could say with utmost confidence, it meets the comprehensive plan for this half of the project. We can look in a community right to your west, a one-story single-family dwelling and duplex subdivision in Whitestown, Indiana, having 203 units on a 21.7 acre parcel. In fact, it's the same parcel, same size parcel. It's a great development in many respects. It's a great development for certain jurisdictions, but that development has 9 units per acre. I could stand before you confidently and say that this would meet your current comprehensive plan. We're not trying to do that. We're trying to take a parcel that is split down the middle by your existing comprehensive plan and have intelligent land use and growth, bring high quality, mixed housing opportunities that don't exist at all or not in any great numbers in this great town, create a significant amount of new assessed value, some of which would be a 3% tax cap as opposed to 1% tax cap, which I hear regularly from council members and other leadership positions throughout this community. And makes a development fit within an existing parcel. Some regard and exception must be given to the property lines of an existing parcel and how it relates to the comprehensive plan. Again, this town has spent hundreds of hours and a great deal of money on a new comprehensive plan that acknowledges what I just said. I don't think that this plan commission or the council can ignore that element. So we move to the east side of the red line. The east side of the red line, as I've said before, has this agritourism agricultural district. We have implemented what this site has offered in preservation of over 5 acres of land. We have also considered that intelligent, thoughtful development and what is responsible development and growth. Again, another criteria that this plan commission and the town council need to consider in how to connect an existing development in Union Woodlands to 421, how to fill in a gap between the mixed campus housing development and existing single-family development, as well as consider the safety and desirability and the growth of traffic, getting that off of 200 from Union Woodlands, connecting it to 421, checking each and every single one of these criteria to the best of our ability, paying reasonable regard to each of these items within an ordinance that is well-written and been under a great deal of scrutiny by multiple members of this plan commission as well as staff, and making it better every step of the way. please send a favorable recommendation to the council. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Conversation, questions for the petitioner or questions for any of the persons that spoke?
I got one question, and it's something I probably should have asked last month, but bear with me for a second. On your use table, I'm having trouble finding it here. You had retirement homes, nursing homes as a use along 421. Does that include, there was a acronym on the back end of that CCRP, I think. What does that stand for? Give me a sec, I'll find it. I guess my concern is that we don't have rehabilitation centers of that nature in that 421 corridor there.
So you're talking about the land use matrix?
Yeah, and the CCRC, Josh, was that the?
Yes, that's it, I'm sorry.
So that term is a continuing care retirement community, I believe is the 4 letters of the acronym. I'm sure many in the room are familiar with that. The concept there is a continuum of care depending on your acuity levels ultimately. There are residentially based continuing care models that we've seen in a variety of jurisdictions. There's one in Whitestown, there's one in Carmel, elsewhere, where that style of medical treatment, medical care is actually given in what appear to be residential homes. They follow the same sort of architecture and engineering, actually often more scrutiny because there's a health component of that. Clarification on that question, but it sounded like there was a follow-up question. Okay.
No, I just didn't know what that acronym stood for, so.
Other questions?
Yeah, Kyle, you mentioned for the, considerations for rezoning proposals, the commission up here has, the 5 topics that we have to kind of consider. Comprehensive plan, I'll give you that one. The agritourism, I believe that if there's something that kind of exists in that area, that the agritourism should play off of that. You mentioned you're working with Purdue on something, that you're cooking something up, is that right?
Yeah, given if there's anyone from Purdue or here or listening, no expectation that there's been any partnership or relationship. We heard of late that members of Zionsville leadership may look for us to implement more specific agritourism elements into this site. In doing so, we reached out to Purdue for some guidance. That's the best way to describe it. Some simple guidance on how to better reflect our embrace of the existing wooded area and perhaps have that be extended into the common areas. That is a very introductory conversation.
Yeah, so I mean, it really doesn't exist as a plan. There's no plan for it at this point with that, right? I mean, we've had maybe a conversation, maybe we sent some mail or something. I just wanted to point that out. So to the next one, it looks like the current conditions and the character of current structures and use in each district. So I was going to have you explain to me one more time how, and maybe you did it, I don't know if you did it, I didn't hear it, but how does this project align with current conditions and character of current structures and uses in the district?
Sure. So the most relevant property being adjacent to the property being the Union Woodlands single-family subdivision to the east. Our connectivity to that, our relationship to tie a development along 421 to it by having single family on in our Overland Commons area. It was mentioned, I think, in maybe one of the opposition comments, a recognition of the comprehensive plan, identifying that as agricultural and perhaps not supporting single family. We recognize with that comprehensive plan, but as we're weighing these two considerations, we're also saying, how do we make sure that there's connectivity to two instances of ingress and egress? So we needed to take into consideration that the current conditions and character of this area along 421 connect to a similarly sized single-family subdivision. And so that's why we're offering those single-family homes in that agricultural, agritourism area. 1.5 acres, or 1.5 units per acre, which fall in line, actually lower than Union Woodlands, fall in line with some of the development of single-family to the south. I've already mentioned the single-family to the south. I would note that several of those communities are either the same density or the same density plus have no common area or other retention area. Some of them are built on well and septic. And so as we look, and I'll move to our concept plan here, you'll see obviously the common area with the multiple retention ponds. I've already touched upon the agricultural element there with the tree preservation area. And so we're not only matching some of the density numbers of nearby residential communities, but we're actually because of our larger footprint, we're adding common area. We're adding the water features, the dog park, the walking trails, and the like here. As we see other development, as we zoom out from our context to our context plan, we see other development further south, being in Appaloosa Crossing, of course, commercial corridor here being appropriate along a major artery on 421. Certainly the development just off the screen at Maple Lane, as well as Bradley Ridge, we will be, congruent or complementary to those developments as well.
Okay, well, I appreciate you answering that question. I don't necessarily agree with everything you said. However, the next part of this is the number 3 question is the most desirable use for which the land in each district is adapted. And I guess when I look at, the Michigan Road overlay, because it says we can, it doesn't mean we should. However, that's just a conversation that comes up. I'll say this being the most desirable use for which the land in each district is adapted. As I read that out loud to myself, it seems like if this was the most desirable use, maybe since this has existed for several years, we would potentially have a project like this already. And so I just struggle with understanding if this is really the most desirable use of the property in this district. We've talked about other, one of the remonstrators brought up the fact that, we have developments that are a little more robust, Holiday Farms, and these other more robust developments have a little more acreage. But what's unique about this particular one is it does have some, I'm going to call them loose ends with regards to no cap on density is what you just mentioned earlier, and guess what campus housing is. And that scares the heck out of me from the standpoint of what can we do here? Well, we can do a lot of things without a cap. And I don't think that Zionsville would probably vote to approve something like that. So the responsible development and growth is the final one there, and out of the 5. And I have a concern with kind of putting these all together. As I'm reading them, I feel like this project hits none of these things. And again, it's interpretation, but responsible development and growth. Is this the most responsible development and growth for the area? I don't believe that it is. The conservation of property values throughout the jurisdiction. Gosh, we had some speakers that mentioned their opinion of living across the street in this very rural setting. So as I read these 5 items, I'm new to this commission here, and these are pretty strong comments that we have to meet. And I just, as I'm sitting here, I just wanted to ask you those couple questions and see if you could help me understand why you believe that we're checking all these boxes, and I don't see it.
I think that the statute says pay reasonable regard to those things. It doesn't say we have to meet it. It's not like the BZA has to have very specific findings of fact for certain things.
It's opinion-based.
It is. It's interpretation, you're right, but we don't have to follow those to the T. So, I mean, just wanted to make that point of clarification that it's pay reasonable regard to is what the statute does say.
Councilor Melton, there's a great deal of discretion built in to consideration of these 5 factors. You and your fellow commission members and your fellow councilors are given a great deal of power and clout and responsibility, well earned, to interpret those. Many of them are interpreted based off of your prior experiences, your opinion. So I very much agree with those comments. I very much agree that the opinions of the opponents or even supporters of the comments are their own opinions through a lens upon which they evaluate the world and their profession. We're doing the same thing on the developer side, and you certainly acknowledge and respect that, and thank you for the dialogue you've afforded us tonight and before this. As we look to the other developments that have been approved, mentioned tonight, those developments are on, in many cases, significantly greater land areas. That affords them greater opportunity to have a wider array of uses, a wider array of development patterns, uses of the land. I stood before this Planning Commission not too many months ago representing one of those clients, and I spoke, and I'll reiterate some comments that I gave that evening, where evaluating these factors and evaluating the use of the land also has to be viewed through the lens of what the parcel lines are. What is this piece of property offering us? Prior petitions had 300 acres to offer. That developer looked at how you develop 300 acres. This developer owns 51-ish acres. We're looking at how best to develop that. Frankly, it's an infill site. Any indication that this is leapfrog development, you have not zoomed. The person viewing that, in my opinion, in the petitioner's opinion, is not viewing that through the lens of all the development that this Plan Commission has recommended or viewed and the Town Council has approved. This is infill development to very much connect transition areas from Appaloosa Crossing to Maple Lane up to 32. Again, that the council is evaluating actively through its comprehensive plan. So we're viewing it through a few different lenses there. I encourage the Plan Commission to further consider how Pittman Partners is viewing it. Thank you.
Nick, you've been quiet.
I just want to say I applaud the mention of reaching out to Purdue Extension to try to address what I think falls into number 2 of the 5 factors to consider be the current character of current uses in each district. We have your bright red line on one side of it, agritourism. So again, I applaud your effort to reach out to them. I would really like to see what their response is and to see something they might recommend incorporated into the plan here. I don't know what that is. I think we've discussed it, and I joked, let's say pumpkin patch or anything, right? Give us any kind of nod towards agritourism, which is a current use on one side of your bright red line. We've seen previous iterations of this plan, and we've talked about campus housing, and nobody knows what that means. But I think everyone agrees that that portion, well, at least my opinion, that portion of your plan is totally acceptable to me. What makes this challenging, a unique parcel, is that we have both of those uses converging in the same place. And we're trying to address all of it in one plan. It's a unique, interesting parcel. We've got lots of factors that are impacting what might happen here. But yeah, as far as what we're charged with tonight, I would be in favor of another continuance to hear at a later date what Purdue Extension might have to say about incorporating an agritourism component into this project, what that looks like, and that's my desire.
Yeah, thank you for the comments. The efforts we have made to incorporate agritourism, which is defined in the current comprehensive plan, as rather expansive. I'm sure staff can offer those concepts. Winery, farm-to-table restaurant, a U-picket field, U-picket field. There's a variety of uses that I think if I stood before you and offering any of those uses, we would be in even a more challenging position. A few of those first few uses in a more challenging when it comes to traffic and density, and we even offered at an earlier iteration before we stood before you, retail and restaurant type uses that didn't receive favorable feedback from leadership as well as neighbors. Nick, I'll offer some comments in that I would look for it to be a continuing conversation about how we can incorporate some sort of agricultural, agritourism use. It's been mentioned, I mentioned Purdue Extension, it's been mentioned multiple times. I'm sure there are other resources. If there's anyone here from Purdue or listening to Purdue, there's no implication that we have met at any arrangement. I don't want to make any implication of that. I think that there were similar implications of another organization last month. But what we have evaluated from some of our advisors is that things like U-picket fields, whether that might be a pumpkin patch or implementing a strawberry patch, blueberry patch, berry patch, you're also dealing with a variety of other factors, whether that be rodents or spread of those bushes and vines and other things. And we have to also consider how it relates to the single family, what would be the single family just to the south, and does the HOA maintain that? Do the individual residents maintain that? And so I do think I would respectfully ask the Plan Commission to perhaps consider that as an opportunity for us to continue working together, perhaps at Plan Commission stage or at development plan stage or otherwise, to identify perhaps areas of the development plan that could implement more agritourism or agricultural based. I don't perhaps see a great benefit of another continuance on that piece, because I do think it'll take more time there. Thank you for the comment, though.
I will say this about Purdue Extension: if you're going to wait on them, you're going to want a 6-month extension. As much as they do, they're going to give you some suggestions, some guidance, but it's going to take a long time to get something through extension. I would also encourage you to reach out to the Boone County Master Gardeners.
Yes.
I think a public garden back there or something, or a community garden or something would be some homage to agriculture.
Public garden, arboretum, embracing that,
What I would
absolutely.
encourage you not to put in there is a clean field site, which is allowed in agricultural zoning, dirt piles and things like that. There's some things that we all see as agritourism and that we like, but there's a lot of things that fall underneath agritourism that are not necessarily desirable as well. So,
Petitioner agrees. Thank you.
Jim, do you have any?
Well, I, probably not known by many here, but I actually have several years in advocating for agriculture here in Indiana. I'm of the bent that the area is where agricultural tourism is supported. I don't know that every single property has to demonstrate to us how it is directly contributing to agritourism. It would get hard to ever do anything with a 10-acre parcel, except leave it as ag, if that's the requirement.
Right.
And I think that's pretty tough.
I completely agree with what you just said, that every single property having some kind of ag tourism on it is a big stretch. There's not enough ag tourism that our society supports to probably fill every void out there. I know we keep talking about the bright red line. From an urban planning perspective, it's been the interpretation nationwide that comprehensive plan lines, like the maps, are conceptual. They've always been meant to be conceptual, and I think graphic designers have always tried to figure out a way, like, how do we convey conceptual, like a zoning map is following property lines, for sure, we know that, but comprehensive plans are really not, never have been meant to be interpreted that way. So I understand that we're looking at this line as if it's a zoning map, but it should not be looked at that, as that. I mean, theoretically, agricultural use is harvesting timber. I mean, so you could, timber that woodlot. And I'd hate to see that go away. I'd hate to see it get cleared for a pumpkin field or pumpkin patch. I mean, I think the trees are a better amenity than a pumpkin patch. And I know there's other land there that's not trees, but, if we say, make every house look like a farmhouse, is that enough? I mean, I think we've got to give them some guidance here tonight as to what that may be instead of asking them to guess. I look at that piece as infill between a very major roadway and a subdivision that we don't all, none of us really love, but it's been imposed on us. But every one of those people in that subdivision are going to be going north to get out, and instead they could be going west to get out to Michigan Road. I think that's a major win. I really do. And we're already seeing pressure for densifying, if you want to call it that, or let me correct that, intensifying the Michigan Road corridor. We're going to continue to have pressure there. And I don't think we want to have development, commercial development along that entire corridor. Matter of fact, it's nice that we don't. But everything to the west, in my opinion, is conducive to what Michigan Road is, a major arterial. Having higher density housing in closer proximity to that makes sense versus in the middle of nowhere. Like I said, I like the linkage east to west. I like the commercial. Our town, I've been hearing this for, 10 years, that we need more assessed value in this community. Are we going to put it in the middle of our county road system, or are we going to put it on major highways? I mean, this is the place to do it if we're going to do it. Now, as far as preserving property values, I don't see evidence that it's going to depreciate property values. I mean, that is a hard, people feel that way, but when you actually assess property and look at it years later, it usually is just the opposite. I do agree with quality of life, at least for a period of time, that is impacted possibly by commercial development across from residential. But the development at 146, we're looking at some fairly intense uses on Michigan Road, and right across the street is single-family detached residential. And we're talking about car washes, things like that, that's going to literally be across the street from single-family detached houses. And that seems to be okay, but here, offices across from single-family somehow is wrong. I think that we're getting things mixed up. I mean, this seems compatible with what's in the region, and certainly it's compatible with where all of this is going.
Brad, I would tend to agree with you, knowing I will probably lose some friendly faces as I walk around Zionsville saying it, that the density of this does not bother me very much. I think we have to work very hard at making sure the PUD is right, that it looks right for the area, that the signage is right. And I would invite you to speak on that, because I know you've weighed in, I think, specifically on this project. And quite frankly, if it doesn't look right to you, I'm going to say it doesn't look right to me, because I'm not a particularly visual guy.
Yeah, sure, I can speak to that. What they're proposing is residentially themed, for lack of a better term, commercial, meaning pitch roofs. That's far better than strip centers that have flat roofs, and the buffer that they're putting in front of this also is pretty generous. We don't see that very often. My only items that I still would want to resolve on this particular PUD is just tightening up the sign standards a bit. There's a few, it just reads to me as we can have lots of signs. And in regards to the neighbors, I don't want the signage to get out of control. Just as one example is that it still says that a wall sign can be 15% of the facade. Well, if it's one business that puts in, medical office building or something, and the facade is 200 feet long and 15 feet high with pitch roof, that still results in a 450 square foot sign, which I think is just way too big. So we need to have some caps, some hard caps on what that sign limit would be.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
And this may be a question more for staff, is the sign portions of this PUD more or less restrictive than if the property already enjoyed the zoning that would be necessary for this?
It's more generous than what the zoning ordinance would allow.
Okay. I would assert that PUDs should provide a benefit to the town on things like that, where it is more restrictive than the zoning natively might have provided. We're giving developers a lot of leeway in how they do the development, and one of the givebacks is I think we need to ask them to be more restrictive on things like side ordinances, setbacks, landscaping. So I would agree with Brad that if and I'll trust the staff's assessment that this is more generous than the side ordinance would allow if this was already zoned properly, that we're gonna, I don't know what it looks like, but we're gonna have to tighten that up some to get my support anyway.
I don't think there's any major barriers there. It's not that I want to restrict signs be below what would be expected for an office or expected for a medical office. It's that it reads as pretty open-ended. And I think if we can get that narrowed, that would make me feel more comfortable about the sign portion. The other two items are procedural provisions. This is showing up in all of the PUDs, and I get why it's in there, but things like spelling out how we can modify the development plan or how we can modify the concept plan, things like that. I just want to rely on the town's zoning ordinance, subdivision control ordinance for that, unless there's a really compelling reason to deviate from it. And maybe you can speak to why what's proposed in the procedural provisions, that's better for us as the town and not worse for us as the town. And I know we may have to go line by line on something like that, but generally speaking, I just think that procedure shouldn't be part of PUDs. It should be just the development regulations that you're wanting to follow. One thing that I know staff is interested in and supportive of is that variations to development standards come to the Plan Commission instead of a BZA. I'm kind of split on that one a little bit. I see it both ways for sure. But, this is an ordinance that you've chosen to write, and you've written a certain way, and it's kind of come through this body, is that staff believes that those, like a variance request, would come to the Plan Commission instead of coming to the BZA. I would be welcoming of your comments on that. And the last thing is just the definition for concept plan. I still read that as, I'll say it the way I shared it with another Plan Commission member the other day, is that I think that a concept plan that's being presented, the pretty pictures, the illustrations, that kind of stuff, should be a 90% commitment, 85% commitment to that specific design. But the language in the document reads as if it's a 15% commitment and we can come to you and change 85%. It just, there seems to be a disconnect there, is that and then this is not your PUD, this is all of the PUDs so far that I've looked at. They read as, this is what we're gonna do, and then in the fine print, it says, well, this is a concept, we can vary from it, we can do this, we can do that. And some of the language particularly is, I'll just try to find, it's the anticipated character, it's, that's not very firm. It's, depicts a potential layout. Things like that concern me because there's just an open door for any variation to this. And I guess I would want developers to trust us that if you can't commit to that 90% or 85% that this is exactly what we're planning on doing, that if for some reason you have to make a major amendment, I mean, we would listen to that major amendment and change things, but it just reads as it's pretty open-ended what can happen. And ignore the pictures. We don't really, and I know that for the most part we get what we're looking at, but there's some surprises that have come up just in the last year that I've been on the Plan Commission. So if you want to respond to any of those, I would like the definitions changed for those particular two things: concept plan, conceptual character imagery, some tightening up of the sign regulations, and then the procedural provisions. I think the procedures that we have, unless you can tell us some reason why we need to deviate from the town's normal procedures.
Sure, thank you for your comments. So I'll start with the definitions of concept plan and conceptual character imagery. We received comments on both of those definitions since the last meeting. We've made revisions to those. Those should all be included in your packet. I would draw your attention to the improvements we've made to both of those definitions, improvements that you have not seen in several of your PUDs that you have approved recently. In particular, the concept plan indicating that the final plan submitted for approval would be generally consistent with the concept plan shown before you. That is a provision that is often left out of definitions of concept plans or left out of provisions in PUDs because of what Brad mentioned. You're coming in with a pretty picture, you haven't done the engineering or the architecture, and you don't know what you're ultimately going to bring forward. We are identifying and then establishing a standard for identifying what that generally consistent is, with that standard being determined in the professional judgment of the director of your staff, the well-skilled, educated, and compensated, employed, well subjected, not meant to include that qualifier there, employed and compensated director of the town of Zionsville making that indication. We've included that same provision or a similar provision in the conceptual character imagery, again, so that we submit something generally consistent with the concept plan. Your staff, particularly the director, indicates at the time of submittal, whether that be the existing or a future director, establishes whether it's generally consistent. Then, most importantly, it returns to you as the Plan Commission for the development plan approval. If you ultimately at that time determine that development plan submittal is not generally consistent, or you disagree with staff, you would have that second bite at the apple, if you will, really at that point, third bite at the apple, to indicate whether or not the concept plan meets with the ordinance and then meets all the specifications to approve a development plan. So we have already implemented that text in there. What we have also done in recognition of minor adjustments to the concept plan, to the extent that they do exist, that if there is a if there are fewer residential lots, if it increases the lot area due to a reduction in the number of lots, if it modifies the number or the size of the commercial buildings so that the maximum square footage is less than what's provided in here, that would remain generally consistent. Essentially within the spirit of, we've spent 3 meetings talking about density, we've spent 3 meetings in a neighbor meeting and lots of time outside of this room speaking with neighbors and decision makers about complaints about the density. We want to recognize that if we came back with a concept plan that somehow attempted to increase the density, that would not be generally consistent. We would have to have a reduction in that. With respect to the comment about development standards variances, so as this board very well knows, particularly those who sit on the Board of Zoning Appeals, there are 2 types of variances. Generally, one is for development standards, one is variances of use. We have made sure that the variances of use within this ordinance would not be able to move forward to the BZA. Instead, it would return to the Plan Commission in the form of an amendment to the PUD. Making sure that this use table, I believe it's table 4, of all these uses has been heavily discussed, negotiated, considered, and that if we were trying to expand those uses, it would have to go through the same legislative process that we're considering right now. Development standards variances are very much different in scope, and different in scope meaning they might be an adjustment of materials, they might be an adjustment of perhaps a setback or a unique lot size. There are statutory provisions that the Board of Zoning Appeals have to have the petitioner meet for the Board of Zoning Appeals to approve a development standards variance. They are laid out in statute. I will, as I've argued in front of the Board of Zoning Appeals, they are a hard threshold to meet. That is on purpose. An indication that a developer who is subject to a zoning ordinance, again, this PUD that I'm holding in my hand that you have before you is a zoning ordinance, not unlike the existing zoning ordinance, any other PUD, any other zoning designation, there might be situations where a particular lot size or a particular lot condition or a particular condition of the site may not allow us to follow the letter of this ordinance. In the same way as any development standards variance proceeds under its due process in front of the Board of Zoning Appeals to seek that relief from the BZA, the developer, the owner of these lots, the owner of the master development seeks that same due process in front of the Board of Zoning Appeals, as opposed to opening this back up for the legislative process. I know every PUD that I've represented in the last 2 years in front of this board includes that same provision. I can't speak for every PUD, but I know that there are several PUDs that this town has approved with respect to preserving that right in the event that there is something unique or a hardship or otherwise to return to the BZA. I apologize for speaking too long because I forgot number 4 there.
So, I mean, I agree with you from my understanding of land use law, and I'm not a land use law attorney, as this gentleman is next to me, that the BZA is a good fit for development standards variances. But we sometimes feel like the variances can be used to usurp the vision for this if abused or if going down. And now we're bringing another border body into the process to try to achieve this. So I think that's probably where the concern is. I personally know that the BZA, we have a great BZA, but we know that legally, and correct me if I'm wrong, but that is the safest way to process development standards. It's legislatively spelled out in our Indiana code. So we can move on from that, I think. And for me, again, it's the sign standards, just tightening those up and not letting it read as if, because the way I read it, it's you could have a gateway sign. It doesn't cap how many gateway signs. It just says, gateway or entryway signs, something to that effect. And it says each can be, and it has a number.
Yeah, so it does reference gateway or entryway signs at each entrance. There are two entrances. One would be on Michigan Road. One would be the connectivity to Union Woodlands. So those would be the two entrances. The original draft, I think of the draft prior that we stood before you today, did not have a clear cap to it. So we revised that language to say that there is one at each entrance. Those are the two entrances implied. If there's some indication that perhaps any of those other stub roads, I would see 1, 2, 3, 4 other potential stub roads would be considered an entrance. Be happy to make a commitment or other modification,
So
to that. And happy to reduce the 15% as well.
I think any commercial development deserves a entryway sign that's off of Michigan Road. That makes sense. Having a cumulative cap on that, you do have height limitations, I think 15 feet. Is there really a need for another entryway sign for that development if you only have the one main entrance off of Michigan Road? And if there is, maybe we spell those out separately.
Yeah, we can either remove it. It's a great question. There was a concern raised by one of the Plan Commission members who's absent tonight. I'll just paraphrase in my words here, about some safety, making sure that vehicular traffic traveling from Union Woodlands to Woodland Grove or Woodland Grove vice versa, is making sure that their speeds are controlled. Will then come to a T in Woodland Grove, a stop sign, slow that down, but,
Yeah, nothing that I'm talking about is traffic control signs.
I guess what I'm offering here is an entrance sign and perhaps a speed bump or some indication where you are entering into a new subdivision would be a safety control mechanism. Again, we can remove it as well.
I'll just be honest. I mean, I do support what's proposed here. I just want to make sure that we don't end up with two entryway signs because whoever sells this, or you sell this land to wants another one. This doesn't allow us to prevent that.
We can cap it at 1. That's fine.
So that's all I'm saying. I know that you have the intent of doing the right thing, but when it gets sold and you get pressure from a buyer of that, hey, we want a separate sign out there as well, this doesn't let us say no. So it's not.
It sounds like they've agreed to a condition
Yeah.
that they limit it to 1.
We're talking about the entrance gateway sign?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. Window signs are fine. They're capped to be very minimal. Projecting signs, porch signs, awning signs, to me, it's pick one. Not you can have all of 3 of them. It doesn't quite say that it's capped at that. It just gives provisions for each one. Wall signs, it's 1 per tenant possibly, and then some kind of a cap, but it specifically says establishments and/or each tenant is permitted 1 wall sign per facade, up to 15% of the wall area of each building facade. Maximum of 2 signs per establishment. So again, if you're at the corner store and you want to have a sign on one side and on the other side, to me that's okay, but 15%, those wall areas can be pretty large. And I just think there should be a reasonable cap as to what that 15% adds up to. So if it's 1 tenant, 200 feet, 15 feet tall, that's a 450 square foot sign. Just seems like a lot.
You can make conditions with respect to that tonight as well.
45 foot tall or wide by 10 foot tall sign, just,
Brad,
that's a lot.
do you have a suggestion, or do we want to ask staff for a suggestion on how to further bring that in line with the community expectations?
I would defer to staff if they have an opinion, if we have something that has been working from our zoning ordinance. But, 150 feet to me is probably a good number for a cap. That's a 10 foot by 15 foot sign.
It can be seen from 421 going by at 45, 50 miles an hour. It's not a little bitty.
Yes. I mean, I know that we still turn right off of a road when just as an impulse. But for the most part, these days, most people are following Google Maps, and that's how they're finding their destinations versus, oh, there's the sign, I want to check out this place.
Clearly on a road with me and my wife because I am the guy who thinks he knows where everything is.
But beyond those things, I mean, I think this is a really good fit for this specific piece of property. And like I said, I'd hate to see a pumpkin patch be wedged in here just to meet some arbitrary.
I think you misunderstood me, Brad. I mean, you know,
I'm sorry, I keep
I'm
going
in,
for
I'm in
pumpkin
favor
patch.
of rezoning this property to allow for a higher and better use. So I'm not trying to force a pumpkin patch on anyone.
I'm sorry.
I'm just trying to encourage homage be paid to the historical nature of the uses surrounding this area. And I think a rezone would be better allowing for these uses than having a sawmill next to multifamily, which is probably what could happen if we did nothing. So,
I think preserving the woods and some of the other things they're doing is
yeah, no,
admirable.
Again, I applaud the mention of Purdue Extension. I particularly appreciate the elevated use of the limestone crushed trailways, and I think some great effort has been made to the green spaces that comprise this proposal, so.
Sorry, back to the signs. Was there a number you wanted to suggest to see if they would agree to such a commitment?
I would suggest the wall signs be capped at 150 feet.
150 square feet.
Square feet. So, I mean, again, if if somebody comes in and says, I need 155 square feet, they can go to the BZA. Yeah. So,
Fine with that as a condition as well. So it was one entrance sign at the entrance off of 421. As a reminder for everyone, we've already conditioned in the ordinance that there's only one entrance off of 421. And then a condition of a cap of 150 square feet of wall signage.
get a commitment that projecting signs, porch signs, awning signs are all fine, but just pick one instead of for each building versus having all three.
And that's fine as well, a condition of, with respect to just a selection of one of those three signs on each commercial building per tenant.
Those are the main concerns for sure for signs. So if they're committing to that, I'm in support of moving forward. And then, did you speak to the procedural provisions? Are you okay with pulling that from the PUD and just using the town's procedural provisions?
I did not speak directly to it.
Or is there a reason, something in there that's not in the town's provisions? I honestly don't know the town's provisions and looked at them side by side to compare.
And Brad, if I may ask a clarifying question, are we referring to the minor alteration, substantial alteration, and material alteration, those three procedural elements?
Section 13, I think in its entirety, which is approval or denial of plats. I mean, that's covered in our, I'm going to look at staff and just confirm
Yes,
that
that is
that's
covered.
The development plans, the modification of development requirements, and variance of development standards. All of section 13, I think, is covered in our zoning ordinance. And if it's not, I agree that we should add it in here. But if it's, here's the headache, is that if we have 50 PUDs and every one of them has this section and they're all just a little bit different, it's really hard to be staff and to be able to administer that when they're all just a bit different. It's better to just have a single.
Yeah, counter to that, I guess, respectfully, would be that the provisions with respect to the procedural elements of the Woodland Grove PUD is contained within this document. There's a balancing act there. We've spent, great effort with advice, recommendations, and feedback from the Plan Commission on how to improve this document from an interpretation perspective, this is one of those examples. It would perhaps take a line-by-line item to note any differences in the procedural provisions. I would call out the differences of substantial alteration, minor alteration, and material alteration. Goes back to the comments I made earlier with respect to the concept plan and the conceptual imagery. This Plan Commission has spent a great deal of time giving feedback to these items. We do want to give some discretion to staff to allow us to make some minor alterations to a plat or some material alterations. When I say material, I mean the physical materials, not the breadth of the alteration there, and some dialogue with them as opposed to relying on some text in the overall Zionsville zoning ordinance that may mature, change, be amended in the future. Otherwise, again, this document governing this process, to the extent that anyone wants to change this process, we'd have to go through a text amendment for this ordinance, a legislative process back before this commission and then back before the council. Again, this kind of talks about, through the lens of the beholder here, but we would respectfully advocate for keeping it in here.
And maybe what you're advocating for is with the town's ordinances to have a better set of provisions for procedural matters.
I do not volunteer for that exercise, but.
Yours may be better. I mean, I don't know, but I personally just don't believe that PUD should be altering a town's procedures. So that's just maybe where we can agree to disagree. And then lastly is just that definition for those two items. It's just, I still read it as having a lot of wiggle room versus being more of a commitment that this is what we're trying to do. And again, I know that most developers come in here with pure intent. They're showing us their cards. But we have some that have been written to be, we can do anything we want on this part of our development. And we're seeing that in some of them here in Zionsville, and it catches people off guard.
This is a better standard than that last example, Brad, and I would.
I know it is.
I would also, have the Plan Commission consider all developers, the developers that stand before you tonight, one before me, otherwise, have to balance the legislative process, seeking a rezone, with engineering and architecture and design that often occurs at the development stage. We've tried to do as much of that at this stage. We've gotten to that, to this point.
Can you just maybe make a commitment, but that this is the intent of what you're wanting to develop as presented, and only if there is some unforeseeable cause, meaning that engineering doesn't work out. We can't put our pond there because it can't drain there. Something to that effect. You're making a commitment to this looking 90% like this as we move forward. But again, I'm asking you to trust us to be willing to hear changes to it if it really does need to change more than that.
There is a framework for that. That's the development plan approval process. We all agree on that.
This is the ordinance that we have to follow to give authorization for that development plan. We have to follow this. And if you meet this, we have to administratively approve it. And I'm just saying that the language here should be a stronger commitment that this vision, these illustrations are really what you are wanting to do.
I'll give an example of why the language you just offered is a challenge, and maybe we can just agree on a middle ground here. You use the word unforeseeable. We can all have a conversation about the foreseeable risks. Quality of water, quality of soil, general engineering elements. Those are all foreseeable, but under the fact pattern you just offered, if they weren't unforeseeable, we couldn't make a modification. So I guess what I'm just offering here is if we start making promises with respect to that this site plan will be the one followed, we do need to build in some flexibility of foreseeable modifications. Those foreseeable modifications, again, would be, for example, if the pond can't be exactly in that location, there needs to be some justification for that. If the roads can't bend exactly how they are, if we can't fit that row of townhomes exactly there, my thought would be, if we presented that to you, that would be generally consistent still. So that's kind of where we landed there. So again, I'm offering saying, can we find maybe a better middle ground of language on just that point?
So, and maybe I've got the wrong document, but on page 25, definitions, there's, the concept plan is attached here to and incorporated herein by reference as Exhibit 2. Concept plan depicts a potential layout of the internal drives, building areas, buildings, parking areas, that kind of stuff. The concept plan is conceptual and preliminary only, and the final site plan shall comply with the development requirements and may vary from the concept plan with respect to, among other things, size, location, configuration, walkways, paths, all that kind of stuff.
Do you have any sentences after that sentence you just
Yep.
read? Okay.
Provided, however, that one, the final plan submitted for approval shall be generally consistent with the layout shown on the concept plan as determined in the professional judgment of the director. I don't distrust Mike. I'm going to ask the Plan Commission if they would rather that be Plan Commission. The Plan Commission shall have final approval authority concerning a final plan through its development plan approval process. But again, this is, I think that we have to follow the language that's in here. We can't just.
The developer would be happy to make a condition that the words generally consistent be modified to materially consistent. I would.
I mean, I apologize to the two of you because this isn't something I'm concerned about with just your development. It's all of the PUDs that are coming forward, and even the rezonings, is that they all have too vague of language, and we're getting blindsided a little bit on some of what we end up with. So I
Understood.
apologize
Thank you,
to
Brad.
you. I think that your proposed language change is certainly better, and I can accept that.
Thank you.
Who's in IT in the back?
Thomas.
Can you make sure that we're online? Because it sounds like some people might not be hearing our microphones. We're on? Okay.
Craig, I noticed just in that last few minutes, Brad's microphone was just a little off, so maybe that was.
Yeah, it may have been
text.
me. I apologize. I will try to speak more directly to the microphone. Those are my concerns. It sounds like we've had commitments for each and every one of them. And I'll just reiterate that I do think this is a strong offering for this particular parcel. And it would get my support. Anyone else want to weigh in, and then we need a motion?
I want to be clear on what the commitments are. We're going to change under definitions, a concept plan from generally consistent to material consistent. We're going to have one gateway sign or entrance sign. Limit the signs for the commercial units to 150 square feet and one sign per unit, and limit to one only of the projection signs, porch signs, or awning signs.
Josh, just a clarification on the 150. The 150 would be for the wall signs.
For the wall signs, correct. 150 square feet for the wall signs.
I'm okay with the adjacent facade on, like a corner unit, having a second sign. So it's not necessarily limited to one, but
One
most of them
sign
would
for the
have one.
interior units, two for the corner units.
Acceptable.
I think I got all of them, didn't I? or did I miss anything?
Yeah, that covers the concerns that I had. I guess the procedural revisions, I'll leave it up to the Plan Commission, or if staff wants to weigh in on if they are okay with maintaining the procedural provisions in this PUD. I don't want to die on that hill for that specific thing.
I would defer to the commission on the procedural.
It's your, I mean, it's staff's to, you know, to follow. And then, yeah, so.
I feel, in principle, I agree that we should not be inventing new procedures for a PUD. And staff already exercises discretion if there is a deviation. To what extent, you know, we feel comfortable approving that administratively or not. You know, if we feel it's a significant change, then we will insist that the matter be brought to the Plan Commission.
And I know Dan's not here, but I know he has spoken to that effect too.
Yeah.
And if our procedures are not dialed in correctly, I'm 100% supportive of making an amendment to get them there. Do we have a motion?
I move that docket 2025-83-Z to rezone approximately 51.56 acres from Ag to the Woodland Grove Plan Unit Development, PUD District, receive a favorable recommendation as presented and discussed based upon the conditions of the criteria and subject to any proposed conditions such as, I'm sorry.
Take your time.
The conditions listed below, implementation of recommendations of a revised traffic impact study to the satisfaction of the Department of Public Works and commitments made during Planning Commission meeting. Would that be sufficient? Or you want me to list them? You will list them? Or you want me to list them? Okay.
Yeah, no, I mean,
Okay.
I agree that those are them, but I didn't write them all down.
Conditions of 1, gateway entrance sign. 1, sign for commercial units on the interior units. 2, for the corner units. Signs may not exceed 150 square feet in those commercial units. Limit to 1 in the commercial units, projection sign, porch sign, or awning sign. And under definitions of concept plan, changing from generally consistent to material consistent.
Conceptual imagery.
Yes. The concept plan, yes, I'm sorry.
Josh, I might note, unless I missed you saying it, staff recommended another condition that you'll find on that paragraph.
The implementation of the traffic study, I included that one.
Oh, I'm sorry, Josh.
That's all right.
Yeah,
All right, we have a motion.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Mike,
Before-
would you?
Before, I just want
Go
to make
ahead.
sure get this right. Because there are
I agree.
multiple references to the generally consistent standard within the concept plan definition, and then also concept imagery below that. So are we changing anywhere it says generally consistent to materially consistent? There's, in the two definitions.
I was simply under the definitions under concept or concept plan.
Yeah, okay,
I didn't intend
I
for that
think
to
it
be through the
includes more
entire
than, I
document.
think it includes more than a single reference within that definition. So I just want to be clear.
Can you speak to that? Is there?
Forgive me, I missed the last 5 words of what Nick just offered, but I guess the conceptual imagery becomes more challenging to be materially consistent with, only because there's a wider array of commercial and residential offerings, elevations, et cetera. I did just a moment ago offer that we would change it to material for both. I think conceptually, we agree that we want to find something that the Plan Commission approves in the development plan process, but I think materially consistent, given that we haven't shown every possible commercial elevation and residential elevation, might be unintendedly restrictive by the Plan Commission, I think. So Nick and Josh, leave it up to you there.
From a design perspective, I understand that and would agree that material is probably a higher standard than what is intended by the conceptual imagery. I think I'm okay with it being material for the concept plan, because that's,
I'm willing to strike that.
but if I could then make one ask, and that's on page 39, the concept imagery for the commons use block, the top right image just does not seem to be a good fit. Just strike that one.
May I ask which exhibit you're looking at? Only because our pages might be different.
Exhibit 6.
Exhibit 6. There's 2 Exhibit 6s, I believe.
Page 39. It's the commons use block. I mentioned this at our last Plan Commission meeting as well, but there's 9 images there. The top right, just.
So on the Exhibit 6, first page, conceptual imagery for Discovery Commons use block, the top right.
Yeah.
And it's a 9 block.
It looks like there's patio doors on the
Yes.
lower level facing the street. They just.
We will remove that.
Josh, you want to revise your?
Is that the same?
For procedural, I haven't gotten a second yet, so I can just.
You did get a second.
Did I get it a second?
With Jim, so you don't have to restate everything if you just want to make the
Yeah,
amendment.
I will accept that amendment. Page 39, Exhibit 6, top right, photo with the ones that look like patio
Yes.
doors on the front be struck from the PUD.
All right, we have a motion.
I'll second it again.
Jim's seconded. Mike, would you do a roll call vote?
Josh Fedor.
Aye.
Jim Hurst.
Aye.
Craig Melton.
No.
Brad Johnson.
Aye.
Nick Plopper. That's 4 ayes, 1 nay.
All right, motion passes. It'll be forwarded with a favorable recommendation to the town council. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Mr. President, can we have a 5-minute recess?
Yes, I was just going to suggest.
We're running up on that 10 o'clock cutoff.
call the meeting back in order. Staff has requested that we modify the agenda to bring forward the new business to this next slot and to move the ordinance amendment discussion to a point after that. Is there any, we have a motion to modify the agenda?
So moved.
All right. Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, let's hear the next item on the agenda, which. Docket number 2026-09-MP, the Schneider Property Group, LLC, Schneider Property Minor Subdivision. All right, staff.
Can I have my screen promoted, please? Docket 2026-09-MP, Snyder Property Minor Subdivision, is a request by Mike Snyder of Snyder Property Group, represented by Lisa Claghorn with Church Heidel Atrium, and Luke Jan of HWC Engineering, for approval of a primary plat for a 3-lot minor subdivision on approximately 10.9 acres, located at 8187 East 200 South. The property is currently zoned R1, Rural Single Family Residential. For context, the subject property is located southwest of the intersection of County Road East 200 South and County Road South 825 East in the rural southwestern portion of Union Township. The site is approximately 5 miles northwest of downtown Zionsville and about 3 to 4 miles southwest of the Indianapolis Executive Airport. The surrounding area is characterized by low-density residential and agricultural uses, including large estate parcels and open farmland typical of Union and Perry Township. The property is currently a vacant agricultural field, with the proposed 3-lot subdivision being permitted by right within the R1 zoning district pursuant section 194.082, table 2. I'll stick to this one actually. And then to the north, you have a 22.7 acre agricultural field zoned rural single family residential. Then to the east, you have a 10.5 acre parcel with a single-family residence with 2 detached structures zoned rural single-family residential again. To the south, you have an agricultural field zoned rural single-family residential again. But this one was split from the subject site to a parcel further southwest. So this whole area used to be a single lot, then got split off by the permitted one-time lot split, and got adjoined to this property over here, owned by the same by the petitioner. And then to the west, you have a 20.3 acre agricultural field zoned rural single family residential. So the comprehensive plan identifies this area as residential low, which encourages low density development that should radiate to areas of anticipated growth that should not rely on well septic when possible.
All right.
The existing parcels, again, was created through that one-time lot split, and that rear portion right here is of 42.7 acres. And the current proposal would then be the 3 residential lots, each approximately 3.4 acres in size. Access to the lots would be to the north along County Road East 200 South via private drives located here and here and here, which you can see shown like this. The primary plat was reviewed by the Technical Advisory Committee on February 11th. Comments were received from Planning, DPW, Stormwater, and the Boone County Highway Department. There were some outstanding technical items included through those conversations regarding providing an additional drainage easement between the lots, revising the front sidewalk to a multi-use path, and addressing minor administrative issues and formatting. Staff as a whole believes these items can be adequately addressed at the secondary plat approval phase, and no reviewing agency has identified concerns that would preclude approval of the subdivision, provided those comments are resolved. And then as a whole, staff has reviewed the proposal for compliance with the subdivision control ordinance and zoning ordinance. The proposed lots exceed the minimum lot size, meet required setbacks, comply with the maximum depth to width ratio, and provide adequate access. And then to provide necessary right-of-way dedications. In summary, staff recommends conditional approval of the primary plat for the 3-lot minor subdivision, subject to addressing outstanding comments as described in the comment letters during secondary plat approval. Happy to answer any questions.
All right, any questions for Jose? Okay, petitioner, fill in any gaps that were missed and let us know what this is all about. And state your name and address.
Lisa Claghorn of Church, Hiddle, and Antrim, here, as Jose mentioned, with Luke Jan of HWC, our engineer. I want to thank Jose for that presentation. I do just have a few items I'd like to address for Mr. Chairman and the members of the Advisory Plan Commission. As Jose mentioned, 10.9 acre parcel subdivided, 3 lots, 3.4 lots each. Generally, the plan complies with the 5 subdivision approval factors. The petitioner tonight requests the approval of a minor plat creating these 3 lots within the existing ag parcel for the rural, in the rural service district. I knew I was going to trip up on that the very first time. The proposal, in short, maintains rural character while allowing limited residential development consistent with the comp plan and the character of the area. Jose just mentioned that that's our subject parcel. This is an example, or the actual minor plat. The petitioner suggests that it is consistent with the comp plan. This area is identified as low-density residential. That's exactly what we are proposing, 3.4 acre parcels on a 10.9 acre tract. This is preserving the rural pattern. As Jose mentioned, surrounding the area are farm ag uses, and there's one large 27 acre parcel as well. That indicates compatibility with the surrounding development. Large lots or farmland, again, on all sides. Adequate public facilities. This is a rural service district, so as Jose mentioned, when possible, water or a sewer connection would be suggested. In this case, they are both private water and sewer. There are no connections in the area or anticipated. There's a few creeks kind of on each side of us on East 200 South. The 3 lots don't represent it's a low impact on the existing public infrastructure, being the roads, and our tapers for the driveways would go directly there. Existing roadway can safely accommodate these 3 houses. We do not anticipate a large number of trip counts or anything that would indicate a lot of traffic impact in the area. We suggest this minor plat is in the vein of protecting public health, safety, and welfare. It's proper and compliant layout, safe access on East 200 South, adequate rural services and use, and compliance with the subdivision control ordinances. We believe the subdivision is modest in scale and designed to ensure consistency with the existing land uses comprehensive plan, the current, I heard loud and clear, the current, but also future, in this case, character of the area. In summary, the proposed minor subdivision is consistent with the Zionsville's anticipation for the area, and we would appreciate your approval tonight on this minor plat.
Great, thank you. Any questions for staff or our petitioner?
Just the frontage for the pathway scenario, what was the,
Yeah, so when they met with TAC with us, I directed them, you need to put sidewalks along the frontage. Yeah, and I was mistaken in that initial direction that I told them, and then George Lewis from DPW said that needed to be a multi-use path, so instead of having a normal 5-foot sidewalk, it needs to be, I think, a 10-foot multi-use path. So that's the only thing that they would need to change to.
so nobody's asking for any?
No, correct.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just a change in what DPW says needs to go there based off of the transportation plan.
Great, thank you.
Has there been any consideration of a single driveway cut versus 3 driveway cuts for this site? I mean, 200 is increasing in traffic all the time. More driveway cuts, the more potential we have for accidents. Just curious if there was any consideration of a single entrance or.
The project went through TAC, and that was not a recommendation of TAC, is that right?
Okay.
Right? Boone County Highway didn't have an issue with it, nor did DPW.
Okay.
All right, any other questions for the petitioner or staff? Okay, we do have one person that wanted to speak in regards to this. So Greg, you're good? Okay. Waived his right. Okay. Deliberation. Any comments, thoughts? I mean, I think I heard that this meets this subdivision control ordinance. They can meet their setbacks, they can meet their lot sizes. It's a ministerial process at this point unless there's some substantial reason why we would not approve it. Is that
Correct.
correct? All right.
I move that docket 2026-09-MP, approval of a minor subdivision plat subdividing approximately 10.2 acres into 3 residential lots in the R1 zoning district, be conditionally approved based on the findings in the staff report, submitted findings of fact, and staff recommendations, and subject to resolution of outstanding Department of Public Works and Planning Department comments as presented and discussed in Exhibit 9.
Second.
It's been moved by Mr. Melton. Sorry, I may have said that wrong. All right, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, passes. All
Thank you
right,
for your time.
Thank you. We're going to circle back to our last item of business, which,
Do we need to suspend rules?
oh, yeah.
Oh, yes.
I move to suspend rules.
All right, it's been moved by Josh.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Melton. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
All right. I have a handout. There's actually 2 documents. So take 2 and pass it down, please, the top 2. There you go.
Okay.
Just like that.
All right. I don't know if you're supposed to take any or not.
Yep, yes, you can. There's enough there for everyone. There's 2 documents, side by side. Please take one. On February 2nd, this year, the town council forwarded a resolution 2026-03 to the Plan Commission to amend the text of the zoning ordinance, namely sections 194-078 and 194-079 to exclude car washes from the list of permitted uses within the urban and rural Michigan Road Corridor Overlay Districts. The proposed text amendments would replace car washes with self-service car washes, thereby allowing automatic car washes within the overlay district, if also permitted within the underlying zone. The amendments would continue to exclude self-service car washes from the overlay districts. On February 17th, last month, the Plan Commission discussed and continued the matter to allow staff time to propose additional standards and definitions relating to car washes. The commissioners discussed the specific request and added that several development standards may need to be included with this amendment. After discussion, Kendrick Davis made a motion to continue this item to the March 16th Plan Commission meeting to allow staff to present proposed details and definitions. Nicole Finelli seconded the motion, and it carried 6-0. The purpose and intent of the Michigan Road overlay, and I've asked Roger if you could bring up the zoning layer for the MRO, and he'll discuss that in just a little more in a minute. The purpose and intent of the rural and Michigan Road corridor overlay districts is to promote and protect the public health, safety, comfort, convenience, and general welfare, providing for consistent and coordinated treatment of the properties along US 421, also known as the Michigan Corridor. Also, the intent of the overlay districts is to promote coordinated quality development per the land use recommendations of the comprehensive plan, to establish basic standards for structures, landscaping, and other improvements on the properties within the overlay, which promote high-quality, innovative site design, and at the same time encourage efficient land usage, to establish development standards which will encourage capital investments for the development of those properties along the abutting US 421, and to promote the steady flow of traffic. Also, the intent is to foster development that will provide this district with a special sense of place that will increase property taxes, protect existing residential uses, and attract new businesses. In the handouts that I gave you, there is a title is resolution. So what else I did was take the resolution that was sent to us from the town council and added the blue text. So the red text on page 1 is what the town council has forwarded to you. And I simply added additional text to this resolution. It's not in the format that would go to the town council, just as a matter of convenience. I just inserted what staff's recommending in the blue text. And that is namely to set up standards for allowing automatic car washes, or automatic car washes within the overlay district. One is to allow is when these uses are located within 1,000 feet of property zoned residential or occupied by residential use, as determined by a straight line from the closest boundary between the automatic car wash property and the residential property. An automatic car wash is subject to the following requirements. So when the car wash is located within 1,000 feet of a residential use or zoning, the following standards would apply. 1, daily hours of operation would be limited to 7 a.m. and 9 p.m. local time. 2, all washing, waxing, machine drying, detailing, and related activities and operations shall be conducted entirely within an enclosed building, except for vehicular openings which may not exceed 14 feet in width and 11 feet in height. Customer-operated vacuuming and refuse storage and disposal may be located outside of an enclosed building. And 3, no more than 18 customer-operated vacuums are permitted. All vacuuming and compression machines located outside of the enclosed buildings shall be of a design that does not exceed a noise level reading of 55 dBA, decibels, A-weighted, as measured from the property line during all hours of operation. That same language would be carried over into the urban, which is which? F4 is, is that the rural or urban? Roger, do you remember in the ordinance? In the zoning ordinance.
You essentially just duplicate the same language.
Yeah, they would duplicate, yeah, 194.
Two sections, just to make sure.
078 is the urban, excuse me, and 079 is the rural, and we just duplicate that same language in both sections. Also, if we carry on to section 4, we offer definitions for automatic car wash. Section 4 would replace the current definition of automatic car wash with the following definition: a building or portion thereof where automobiles, trucks, or other self-powered vehicles are washed by mechanical devices of any type and may include ancillary auto detailing. Customer-operated vacuum stations may be available for use adjacent to the building. And then we add section 5, where we define self-service car wash, which is a facility where customers pay to use provided equipment such as high-pressure hoses, foaming brushes, and soap dispensers to wash their own vehicles in a designated bay. So again, the text outlined in blue is what's proposed by staff. I wanted to ask Roger if he could just give you, show you on the zoning map where the Michigan Road overlay is located and where the urban and rural districts are distinguished.
Obviously, this corridor is going to follow along the path of Michigan Road, beginning on our southeast corner of our jurisdictional boundaries. Test 1, 2.
It's not. Battery.
Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. There we go.
Just continue, Roger.
Again, the Michigan Road corridor obviously is going to follow along the alignment of Michigan Road and beginning in the extreme southeastern portion of our jurisdictional boundaries. As a point of orientation, this road that I'm noting, that is, wow, I'm sorry, it's a late night. This road is Sycamore Street coming up from the village, crossing Michigan Road, and the Michigan Road overlay follows the center line of Michigan Road 400 feet on both sides, both east and west. There are two different types of Michigan Road overlay. There's an urban Michigan Road overlay and a rural Michigan Road overlay. The differences between those two are minimal, though. They are shown differently on this map by the two different colors of crosshatching. You see the crosshatching. Anywhere that you see the blue crosshatching, that is the urban Michigan Road overlay. Where you see green, that is the rural. One piece of rural Michigan Road overlay that we've always questioned is why is this one section rural when it's bordered on all sides by urban? I believe I finally figured that out just a couple weeks ago. That is because all of the properties on the west side of Michigan Road still carry a rural zoning district classification, whereas the properties just north of it, just south of it, and on the east side of Michigan Road carry urban zoning classifications. That is the only rationale that we can come to as to why that small section is still identified as the rural Michigan Road overlay. As we continue north, you'll see that it starts to change. Again, the reason why this side is urban is the zoning classifications for this side are urban. This area, all I can figure out is it did not change when Holiday Farms changed from rural to its PUD, current PUD classification. So everything north of that, though, is the rural Michigan Road overlay, all the way to the northern boundary of our jurisdiction, up to 200 north. Boone County Planning does continue the Michigan Road overlay through their jurisdiction, just as on the south border of ours, Carmel has adopted and incorporated their own standards, which are very similar. They are not exact, but they are similar to our standards. With that, Mike, is there anything else you'd want me to touch on?
Thank you very much. So we do not have standards for car washes in our zoning ordinance. So, and I spoke with the legal firm, Denton's Law Firm, and they offered these standards, which I thought were acceptable. So I had help in coming up with these standards from the law firm who was representing Mike's Car Wash, as I understand. So I had no objection. There was some debate about what the decibel level should be. I looked online, and there's the second handout I gave you speaks to decibel levels as I found them on Google search and in AI mode. Generally says that car washes, typically the sound frequency for car washes is generally within the range of under 500 hertz, or between a range of 100 hertz to 500 hertz, caused by the vibration of water supply pipes and heavy mechanical equipment. The second page of that handout refers to the urban performance standards for noise, and within that frequency range of 100 to 500 hertz, if you look at the table, it recommends a maximum noise level of 52 dB. The ordinance I'm presenting to you shows a maximum noise level of 55, so slightly higher than what our urban standards currently call for. Again, the 30, if you continue looking in that handout, the third page, the City of Greenfield noise ordinance sets the level at 55 dBA for noise in residential areas between the hours of 7 a.m. and 10 p.m., and then drops it further to 50 dBA between the hours of 10 a.m. or 10 p.m. and 7 a.m., measured at the property line. And then if you continue on in the handout, also taken from the U.S. EPA National Service Center for Environmental Publications, indicates that the noise level for an air conditioner is generally between 60 and 73 dB, and the noise level for a vacuum cleaner is generally between 60 and 85 dB. So that just kind of gives you a sense of how much these things, how much noise they generate. If you weren't sure what does 50 or 60 dB sound like. And then the next page, there's a graphic that shows you in general what these noise levels look like measured on a quiet suburban street. And you'll see a car that looks like it generates about 55 dB along a quiet suburban street. A sports car is louder at over 70. Overhead aircraft looks like it's about 67 dB. Barking dog below 50. So it just kind of gives you a sense of, again, what noise levels actually look like. And then on the following page is a definition for A-weighted decibel measurements. And then on the last page, I highlighted for you this is all, again, from the EPA, that the third sentence states that allowing a 5 dB margin of safety, the outdoor level should be LDN of about 55 dB. That's a day-night average of 55 dB. It's not exactly dBA. dBA is a shorter time span. It could be like an hour or so measured. So 60 dBA would be the noise level, generally usually within an hour time frame. So again, that information is given to you for background. That's all I have for you at the moment. So you have more questions.
All right, thanks, Mike.
Yep.
Does anyone want to start? Has anyone read it, have any comments on it? I have some if no one else does.
Yeah, just a quick question to Mike, since he did all this great research. Obviously, the focus on the car washes has to do with noise and that kind of pollution or whatever. We have a rural and an urban designation, and this would fall generally within the rural. We also have a rural lighting, or do we not have a lighting? I guess, is it, lighting is the issue.
I looked at lighting standards, and because there was a question about another car wash.
Sure. Yeah.
And they were qualitative. There was not an actual threshold, and that was for a rural. That was actually a rural location as well. So it just calls for downward lighting. Generally, those type of criteria.
What does our current
Current, yeah, for rural lighting standards.
So that's interesting.
Yeah.
And okay.
Like downward lighting and shielding. So not an actual foot candle standard.
So if there's a car wash that doesn't have the downward lighting, is that an issue? I mean, that's the.
Yes, it should be.
In the rural?
Yes.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I'm not looking to pick a fight or anything, but I do want to try to reduce the amount of light that is cast from any of these commercial developments, specifically one that you need light to function, but if you're only working till 9 PM, you know, I think, to be honest with you, with the shielded light, that's definitely helpful. However, ultimately, I don't really mind if you have the light casting out as long as you shut it off at 9 PM for the rural district. So I think that's something that I want to look into a little more. I think this will qualify for this, but I think the lighting scenario is a whole different, would it be ordinance?
Yep.
The lighting ordinance that maybe needs to be relooked at?
Well, if there is light trespass, if there is an example of a place that's not properly shielded, not screened like our ordinance calls for, then that's actionable now. You know, we could look into that now and enforce our ordinance. If we're interested in actually setting, foot candle standards, then yes, that would be a bigger research project and a code amendment.
I just want to protect the rural aspects. Go ahead, sir.
No, I'm just going to say that I mean, we do have some standards. I don't know if they're good enough. I like what you're saying. Certainly support the idea of not spilling light after hours. But if hypothetically this crew car wash comes in at Appaloosa Crossing, we have a development plan approval process that we would be able to address lighting.
Perfect.
So we should be able to tackle that even without an ordinance amendment. And I thought they've already committed to some dark skies standards. They're dimming lights at a certain hour. Is that right?
And again, it's not me specifically focusing on crew. It's really the future that we have this Michigan Road overlay that goes all the way up as
I agree.
we look at
I want that
the
to-
town of Zionsville's rural area.
Has Appaloosa Crossing made any commitments that way with?
Appaloosa Crossing hasn't, but there have been, most of the recently approved commercial buildings or commercial development on the outlots which have frontage on Michigan Road, we have asked, we being staff and the Planning Commission, have asked the petitioners to commit to voluntary light reduction at I believe 10 PM at night, down to 50% through photocells, but then allowed for, if there is some movement for security purposes, the lights could come back up for a period of time, but then they have to reduce back down. And so far, all petitioners have agreed to that, but it's been a request that admittedly we don't have a lot of teeth behind. But they have agreed to that.
Okay.
Take one of those and pass it down. I read this and I very much support what's been proposed. I took liberties to clean up the definitions a little bit. One is, maybe it's OCD, I don't know, but so the two definitions that are presented are substantively there, but like one starts off a building or portion thereof, and the other one starts off a facility where customers pay. To me, trying to keep two definitions that are meant to be working kind of hand in glove with one another, trying to get that consistency is important. So I like the building or portion thereof, so I added it to the self-service car wash definition. But I highlighted some words there. One is just adding the word inside. It's implied, but I think adding the word inside on the automatic car wash adds a little bit. And it's basically a series of automated mechanical devices, trying to focus on the automated portion. It's a conveyor system. All of these automatic car washes are a conveyor system. They're manned facilities, and then pointing out the ancillary uses include vacuums, vending machines, air compressors for tire inflation, and coin and or token dispensers. So one brand may not have may have credit cards, but the backup is a coin system. And so they may want to change, put in some dollar bills and get some coins out. I'm not opposed to that as long as it's ancillary too, and I just think it's a little bit more comprehensive. And then the self-serve car wash speaks to, it's a customer that's doing the work. It's a coin or token operated. I guess it could be a credit card as well these days. But within self-service bays, I think is important. The notation, it's unmanned facilities, generally unmanned facilities. I do point out that it's a pull-in and pull-out or a pull-in back-out facility. That also paints a picture of kind of what we're expecting with a self-serve car wash. And then if it does have a semi-automated car wash, is that it's 100% operated by the owner of that vehicle. It doesn't include a conveyor system. I know that, I think it was Nick that brought up that there's these other kind of automated, but they're not really a conveyor system like a crew car wash. And I did want to include that little bit in the self-service car wash definition. Let's just call those self-service car washes, even if they have some degree of automation to them. So that kind of speaks to the two definition modifications. I do like the staff's recommendations for the hours of operation. The second point is all of that needs to be conducted entirely within an enclosed building. But instead of putting in brackets this idea of 14 by 11, I just wrote it into the sentence just to make that clear. Number 3, same thing as the staff had, 18 maximum vacuum units. But I also wanted to add that their operation shall be subject to the hours of operation noted above. So that 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. If we're trying to protect noise pollution, if some guy pulls up at midnight and is trying to clean up the mess from whatever happened that night, you don't want them running the vacuums, but even if the car wash is closed, and have that noise being polluting the neighbors. So to me, it was kind of implied with the staffs, but it didn't implicitly say that. So I just thought adding that those vacuums should be subject to those hours of operation. And the last thing is just saying that the automatic car wash and its permitted ancillary uses shall not exceed, and I put 60. I'm okay with 55, but I do think 60 is a better number. Airports use 65. That's what's in FAA standards. That works pretty well for airports, but a lot of people say 60s is kind of a magical number for airports and noise pollution. Just because of my familiarity with airports, I suggested 60, but I'm not adamant about it. The reality is that staff is not going to go out there every day and do a test of sound. They're only going to respond to complaints. So, if somebody does complain, we would do the tests at that time and see if they're exceeding those numbers. I think some of this includes day and night observations, and we know that from 9 p.m. on, it's not going to be in operation. So that balance of day and night sound, 55 may be fine, but to me, it's 60 at the property lines at any time.
So are you proposing, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So are you proposing us utilize your definitions here?
Yes, to replace the staff's, and they're.
Section 4. Right.
Yes, they're, section 4 on page 2 has the definitions. I just think being even more clear in spelling out what we're looking at, this kind of covers all the bases. But certainly amenable to amendments.
So, when you put automatic car washes, you mentioned manned facilities. I remember going to car washes when I was a kid, whichever one it might be, there was 5 or 6 kids running around working at them. I think they're down to 2 employees at your typical car wash now. And I would suspect with technology changing as it is, there may be no employees in the near future at these. I don't know how we address that. I understand the
It may be-
distinction, but I don't know if we want to commit to them.
Yeah, I'm picturing the Tesla robots, humanoid robots running this place
I
in
sure
the
hope we
future.
don't get to that point, but if we
But,
do,
but one of the key features of an automatic car wash is that if you get your rear windshield wiper ripped off by the machines, usually there's somebody there to take care of you. I mean, that's part of the feature of an automatic full-service car wash, is there is somebody there to talk to. I'd have a hard time believing, at least in the next decade or two, that we're gonna go to 0. We may go to 1, because you can easily swipe a card at the gate instead of having
yeah,
somebody greeting
I
you
agree.
there.
I didn't think we'd go to automatic tellers at the grocery store either, but
Yeah.
we have, so.
I don't, if you want to strike manned,
I don't know if I want to strike man from
I'm
it, but
okay with that.
then you're having trouble distinguishing between a self-service and an automatic car wash. So I just
We
don't
can
know
s-
how you address it.
you could say that they're generally manned facilities.
Let's leave man. Part of the motivation was Mike's Car Wash is a big employer and, community developer. So let's preserve some jobs.
There you go.
2 jobs.
Two.
2, we'll take it.
So real quick, as an entrepreneur, I'm curious, like, I feel like this gets rid of, this tees up one organization to do this, to do this as we move forward. And I don't know, that kind of frustrates me a little bit to think that we wouldn't have zoning or ordinances that protect, allow a business to come in. Here's the thing. So I've had sports cars and frankly, sometimes Mike's or crew at the time won't wash them. Therefore, there is a need for taking it to a place where you can do it on your own, which could be your driveway. I understand. However, we do have HOAs that don't allow certain things. But I don't know. I'm just a little anxious to see this so teed up for one specific or one specific style, not one specific organization, but one specific style of. And I know this only, I guess, is this only for the Michigan Road overlay, right?
Yes, urban and rural.
So we can have the other type elsewhere.
I guess I struggle with that because competition's good, and whether it be.
Craig, if we stipulated that it had really wide tracks for wide tires, and really low equipment, so low clearance cars can drive over it, are you okay?
I think we'd be at the drawing board for more definitions. No,
'Cause I
I
would
just want to
appreciate that too.
I want to be clear that Zionsville's open for business, I think, in my opinion, and it's open for all businesses that follow the zoning ordinances. And so as we get real specific, I just worry that it casts out this accelerator for one style of organization.
Well, the council's proposal, there's not really much specificity, if you will. It's
I
just-
remember.
Right? It was just, prohibiting self-service, allowing automated. And then it became more specific. We gained some specificity with staff coming up with, standards that may be more applicable to some types of car washes than others.
I think standards and definitions are great,
Yeah.
And I understand what the goal of the intent of the initial proposal by the town council was, with regards to the evolution of this style of business. But I get a little concerned with regards to eliminating certain options. So I just wanted to cast that out and have that conversation about it. In the past, I helped draft an ordinance that reduced the amount of people to be able to go to your door and sell you things, but I also started several businesses where that's what I did. So, but I also wasn't the guy that kind of kept going at it, and saying, well, what about this? What about, and staying there. I walked away. But I know there's people that don't do that, and I know there's people that would own a car wash that would utilize it for other things and different hours and maybe not keep it up to Zionsville standards. So I just wanted to kind of chat about that and, you know, have this understanding that we're not setting this up for one organization specifically to do business here.
I think there's at least one other automatic car wash on Michigan Road down by Home Depot. And I think that would fit this automatic car wash definition as well. And I think there's other brands out there too. We don't have them here, but it's not just for that one brand. My hope was to encompass what the town council had asked us, which is to permit the automated car washes in the overlay district where they were excluded. And that's all we're trying to accomplish. I agree with you that we should be open for business, and I completely agree. And we do have a place elsewhere in the town for self-serve car washes, just not along the corridor.
Fair enough.
I've had to use one past 12 a.m. in the past.
I'm sure.
I was very thankful that there was one that was open at the time, so.
Are you gonna explain more?
Yeah, I was gonna say, maybe after the meeting, we can find some dirt.
I'm not your counsel, but I'd like you to not answer that question.
I'm probably guilty of that too.
I do have a question about the motion, because we're responding directly to a council's initiated request, right? And then, you know, staff has added more options, if you will, or, you know, more text to the councilor's original request. So I don't know if how the motion should be crafted. It's gonna be up to you. But whether you want to simply vote on the original council proposal and then have a separate vote on the additional amendments offered by staff, or if you want to lump them all together. That's up to you.
Suggest that it sounds like the tenor is to send a favorable recommendation as amended with staff and your amendments.
Yeah, and take or
Should you
leave
choose to
mine,
include
whichever,
those.
yeah. That would be my recommendation
A
as well.
favorable recommendation with the amendments proposed.
Do we have a motion, unless we have further conversation about it?
Want me to try to come up with a motion?
I can do it. I move that petition number 2026-08-OA be referred back to town council with a favorable recommendation as amended.
Technically, two amendments.
One by staff and one by Brad.
There were two amendments, just can you note the two amendments,
So,
one by staff and one by?
Yeah, the favorable recommendation be referred back to the town council as amended by staff, as amended further by commission president.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
It's been approved.
Thank you.
All right, we have two other matters. Do we want to punt to a later date? Or do we want to keep going?
I don't think there's any urgency. Is there? Okay.
Do we need to address our second meeting? Do we need to make a vote on that for next month?
We do need to have it solidified, yes. I think that
I move that we hold a second meeting on April 21st at the same time,
That channel, same that
6:30.
time.
Yeah.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Did I get a second? All right.
Second.
Close enough.
Sorry, it's late.
Is there a motion to?
Yeah,
adjourn?
let's,
I do have one thing. I want to thank, I don't know if they're still here, I don't see them in the room, but we actually got a letter thanking us for what we do. I wanted to recognize that. Roger sent it all to us late today. We don't get very many of those. For those who wrote, I appreciate that. It goes a long way with me. So I will make a motion to adjourn.
second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, let's go home.